Okay,
Okay.
maybe that's what it was. They were just waiting to get in.
Yep.
Okay. We are going to begin. Today is Friday, June 11th, 2021.
Recording in progress.
I'll start over. This is a special board meeting, Friday, June 11th, 2021, Madison District Public Schools. Call to order as Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Scott, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America,
and to the
and
republic
for which it
stands,
stands,
One nation.
one nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
with liberty and
justice for all.
Thank you. And roll call, please, Mary.
Crystal Beaver. Does Crystal need to be?
She was. I thought I heard her.
I
She's
thought we had.
muted.
I don't
I
see her.
saw her a minute ago.
Yeah, she was here. Now I don't see her.
She's
Yeah.
there. I see her.
There,
She's muted.
Mm.
What's been?
Sorry, Mary, I had to yell at my daughter to turn the TV down. I'm
Okay.
here.
Crystal Beaver, Rebecca Chambliss,
Here.
Mark Holcomb,
Here.
Cindy Holder,
Here.
Deborah Ott,
Here.
Beth Scott,
Here,
Gloria Thompson.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. And just so you know, Beth Scott is not going to be visible today. We know that ahead of time. Thank you. Next up, public fundamentals. Public input is fundamental to the operation of Madison District Public Schools. Our public has an opportunity to speak at every Board of Education meeting. A period of time known as public comment is set aside at each meeting to give parents and other citizens a chance to speak directly to the board about school-related topics. Anyone who wishes to speak to the board must fill out a request form and give it to the board secretary. Obviously, with COVID, we don't do that. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. School employees will not use this form to discuss job-related topics. The Board of Education accepts comments made during public comment from anyone who follows these guidelines. Public comment is one of the many information sources the board uses before making decisions in the best interest of the children who attend Madison District Public Schools. The board also works with the district staff to address citizens' questions and concerns. And with that, we have public comments. And Mary, I don't know who is first up.
We'll start with. There's a bunch of hands. We'll start with Ashlynn Gore. Unmute.
Ashlynn, are you there?
She has to unmute herself. Ashlynn, you have to unmute.
Sorry, it was not letting me unmute.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, Board of Education and Mr. Abdullahan. My name is Ashlynn Gore, and I will be a senior next year. I have attended Madison for all 3 years of my high school education so far. For years, I've seen different safety hazards or health issues within the structure of my school. I would like to say thank you for letting parents and the public to come in and see those hazards. I was glad to see some board members since only a few came, but I don't appreciate seeing some of those board members sitting and chatting and not walking into the rooms as if the issues with the building are not important. You know exactly who you are. Walking into the machine shop and watching our vice president chatting about machines. Speak about us. Speak about the kids. Stop ignoring us. Because you don't have anything to lose inside the Basler High School. I do. I don't want to get sick. I don't want to get hurt. And listen to me. I don't want to die. I'm scared. Listen to us. We are begging you. Your campaign isn't worth more than me, more than my friends, more than my life, more than my little siblings. I also don't appreciate the police being there, watching my family and friends as we walked around as if we were a threat. You had other officers following along through the hallways. There was children under 13 there, scared that officers were following them. It's sad knowing that people had to call the cops for a family event at a school. And for those of you who weren't there, then you should know there were 5 officers for a family function. Another waste of taxpayers' dollars. That's what we do, right? It's normal practice in Madison to throw money out of a window. Just not a Madison high school window, since most windows are filled with portable AC units or boarded up. Another thing, you were calling stuff safe just because it wasn't falling on my head at that moment. How many rainstorms does it have to take before someone gets hurt? How many classroom doors can be locked and ignored as if they don't have problems behind them? There was insulation in the walls that was black, not the original pink or yellow, and that's not an exaggeration. Alicia Robinette almost fell to the floor. Some classrooms had heat that was unbearable, and we were walking for less than 2 hours. One classroom ceiling had a saturation level of 41%. If you didn't know, that's too high. And don't even get me started with the smell of some rooms. Why does a classroom used daily smells as if something's died? Then there were so many things that just weren't done, like electrical outlets having missing plates, wire just out in the open, or broken ceiling tiles. That's just a few examples. I hope that the board members that voted down the bond are upset and embarrassed that they didn't pass it. I hope that the bond gets passed soon so that the kids after me don't have to be embarrassed to go to school. Stop worrying about your seat on a board and just be a decent person. Stop saying you never said you want to fix the roof. The minute you voted no on the bond, just because you were scared to lose votes, you lost all respect in so many eyes. Get off the school board if your focus is on the kids. How you can look yourself in the mirror and not feel shame is unimaginable to me. My mama says I always have to respect my elders. So please, stop making it so dang hard to do. Thank you.
That's
Good
your
night.
time. Thank you. Next up, please.
Holton? Where did he go? Disappeared. Holton, please unmute.
Hello. I'm sorry, I was not allowed to unmute either.
It's
Okay.
okay.
Hello, Board of Education members. My name is Cohen, and I've been a student at Wilkinson Middle School. I'm in the 7th grade, and I've been in district for over 3 years. I attended the building tour at Madison High School yesterday, and sadly, I was not shocked at the damage because I've been told about the horror stories of that building over the years. But I want to name a few: black mold, broken locks, holes in the floor, the roof, and the walls. Now, we all know that the board has a 4-3 split majority who voted against the bond. Had they voted yes, we could have fixed these issues, but now they're worse. Imagine being so evil as to put people in danger just to keep a campaign promise. The majority will not do anything until they get sued because of a injury or death. Saving $10 to $15 a month on their taxes is more valuable than any student will ever be, including myself and my siblings. There are 4 trustees at the tour: Ms. Holder, Ms. Beaver, Ms. Chambliss, and Mr. Holcomb, 2 of which were either sitting and chatting or ignoring what they were seeing. I know you don't care about us, but I have 2 sisters in Madison High School, and I will be there in 2 years. I don't want to get sick or hurt. I don't want them to either. There were 3 adults blocking children from a room because it was covered with black mold. I would like to thank those adults. I would also like to thank Mr. Abdullahad for showing these damages to the world. If you don't believe what I'm saying, look at Alicia Robinette's Facebook Lives. It shows damage, but she can only capture so much. What she shows isn't even all of it. I hope I gave you something to consider. Madison has really low taxes. I know this because I researched them when we were moving. I heard my parents talking about property taxes. We're lucky compared to other cities like Southfield. Don't you think a child is worth something? I asked my mom why she wants to raise taxes. When she explained it would actually be only half of what you're already paying, it makes no sense. why you wouldn't be okay paying half. You're already paying double that. So take a tax break and give the district a break too. I'll leave you with a quote. Whenever you know something is right, you must also know the courage it demands. Good night. Thank you for listening. And please remember, your duty as a homeowner is to take care of your community.
Thank you. Next up, Mary.
Annalise Basler.
As some of you know, I spoke at the last meeting about how dissatisfied I was with the school board. As most of you know, there was a walkthrough tour of the school to review the ceilings and to prove that the school is safe for students to be attending every day. Now, since this tour, we found mold in some classrooms and even some ceiling tiles that were drooping down out of the ceiling to where if they were to be any more wet, they would have fell through. I would also like to talk about how, as a student I was spoken to, as well as parents, I was told to advocate to what I believe is right, and so I did, and proved that it is not safe for us to be attending every day due to mold in the ceiling. Parents called distractions by board members, and even board members running off and hiding while the tour is going on. It's pretty embarrassing, isn't it? Glad you guys could agree. I think so too. None of these distractions would be happening if you guys could do what's best for the students and your teaching staff at the high school. You would also think that as a student, I would be treated with a little bit more respect, especially by a higher up, but I guess not. It's upsetting to be called a liar as a student who struggles to breathe on a regular basis due to masks and the extreme heat, which I have stated before, there could be nothing done about the mask due to COVID. One of the higher ups stated yesterday, I don't agree with you guys saying it's not safe, which then a student butted in and added, you really think it's safe here? Parents continuously ask me about how I attend school every day in these conditions, and I say I can't. I cannot breathe throughout the day. So since Madison is so safe, please explain why black mold was found in the band room office, or the custodian hosting our tour seemed embarrassed. It's even more disappointing that now I have to worry about my own mental health more than I already have to do because I will not have sports since I am moving schools because we have a school board that does not care. So I would like to say a big congrats to the Board of Education, especially the few trustees who ran together making promises to not pass bonds. I would especially like to congratulate you guys, and you know who you are. Good job on worrying more about your promises than the students. When Madison shuts down in a few years, don't wonder why. Also, don't wonder why you can continuously lose about 50% of teaching staff each year. Don't wonder why teachers and principals are retiring. They aren't treated well or yelled at, and even outed out when they stated before that they weren't ready to tell the kids that they were leaving because we've already been through enough this year. Wouldn't you think so too? Don't wonder why kids stop coming to staff for help because you guys clearly don't care. Don't wonder why we all say we don't want to go to school here or why we hate it here. It's disgusting. Just remember, we have a school board that doesn't care about the children before you consider sending your child here. But they care more about their promises that they made to their supporters. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments. And next, Mary.
I have a Matthew, I can't pronounce his last name. Matthew, I just unlowered your hand.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, it's Matthew Basic.
thank you.
First, I wanted to address that I was actually brought up in a board meeting a couple meetings ago where some of the board members were complaining that I was out at a protest and how horrible that is that a board member's husband would be out there doing something like that. Let me let you know, I am a district father first, and that's all that matters. Meanwhile, other trustees' husbands can be on social media speaking all kinds of nonsense, inappropriate, showing their arrogance. So let me go down with this. First, I want to express concern and disappointment at seeing ball valves in place in the shower rooms. So who even knows what temps these kids are getting when they turn the water on to take a shower after gym class or a sporting event. I'm also worried about the high school main water valve being so rusted that the staff said in the event of emergency, they would not even be able to shut it off. So if the water just started flowing freely through the school, flooding the district or flooding the building, there's no way of shutting that off without contacting the main water company at the street. Hopefully they can get there in time. Now let me get with the lack of fire suppression in the kitchen. If we had a major fire, Lord only knows how many lives could be lost. As we walked around, it was obvious 2 of the 4 trustees present couldn't care less about what they saw. They left in a hurry, but while there, they constantly sitting around and more worried about chatting and ignoring what the students go through every single day. My family asked very little other than to educate my kids and keep them safe. I don't consider what I saw to be safe. As safe as a roof that hasn't caved in yet, then yes, they are safe. But if it means their minds, bodies, and spirits is healthy, then no, you have failed them. Let's not forget the Titanic was considered safe and unsinkable. How well did that turn out? We all know you won't care what any of us say. You say your experience gives you the right, but it is this same experience when you sold off property questionably. Or the fact one trustee last night said the insurance blames 10 years of neglect, yet some of you have been on at some point these last 10 years. So it's funny he blamed the board of 10 years
Hey,
ago
stop.
when Ms.
Your
Holder
time
is
up.
the board.
Thank you.
Good day.
Stop, please, Mary. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry you don't want to get called out.
Thank you. And next up, Mary, please.
I have an Annette Basler.
Nanette, are you
Clerk,
there?
Are you unmuting? Are you able to unmute?
Hi, I was just unmuted.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. In the words of our superintendent, to say I am disappointed with you, Mr. Superintendent, and majority of the board is an understatement. I'm disgusted. This Board of Education superintendent can point fingers at people and place blame, but that does not negate the facts that for the past 2.5 years, the majority of the Board of Education and superintendent did not make the health and safety of the high school students and staff a priority. The board president and supporters has campaigned against any bond issue over the past 10 years and was proud when they succeeded. Board president was proud that our kids and students have gone without and are now stuck in deplorable conditions. In fall of 2019, I pointed out the issues in A Hall to the superintendent. The superintendent failed to attempt to repair until February of 2021, which was a patch job on a roof that was in his words beyond repair and is currently leaking. In August 2020, I spoke to the board and superintendent regarding multiple issues in the high school: showers that didn't adjust temperatures, bird nests and art room ceilings with a hole that goes through the roof, and girls' bathroom stalls that do not close or lock. All of these issues that I addressed went ignored and were still present during the tour yesterday. Do you all take public comment seriously? Where's the follow-up to our concerns? At what point is this board going to take responsibility for the current situation of the high school and stop trying to save themselves $10 to $20 a year on their personal property taxes? If nobody has figured it out up until now, our superintendent is incapable of leading this district. I am requesting the resignation or termination of the superintendent. Enough is enough. Start putting our kids first. Board members who are not going to put the children and staff first need to step down immediately. The board vice president that thinks it's okay to get in parents' faces and point fingers and place blame on others needs to step down immediately. Parents and community members have had enough. Do your job or step down and let someone else do it for you. My children will not step foot in the high school after what I saw yesterday. With the way my family is treated in this district by some board members and the superintendent, I am sure you are happy to see us leave. Even though my kids are leaving, I will still be here to hold you all accountable as a taxpayer, the way you like it. Have a good night.
Thank you. And Mary, next, please.
Martha, I asked to unmute.
Hi, Mr. Abdullahad and board. I am not from your district. I live in the Lanphier district. The eyes of the city are on all of you right now. I'm disgusted with what I saw at what is my alma mater. People on the board, it's your alma mater too. Maybe you should pay a little more attention to what's going on. And then just before this meeting, I saw a post of an email that I'm a retired court clerk. I worked in the city for 27 years. That email, I can't even say, but to the pretty blonde lady with the red shirt on, that's a trustee, you, my dear, have been just horribly treated. And Beth Scott, the same to you. And to the person that sent that email, shame on you. You need to learn. You can't say those kinds of things to people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mary.
Lori Schultz.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So a few weeks back, there was an incident with my son at the middle school where he was attacked and repeatedly stomped in the head. There was no admin in the building whatsoever when the incident happened. Nobody came over. I requested access to the video of what happened with my son. I was told that they needed to get a hold of the school board's legal department to see if it was okay to release the footage to me, and that I would get a call back the next day, and I had never received a call back. That's number one on my list. Number two, I grew up in the district. I went to Shane Halls, I went to Wilkinson, in Madison, class of 05. To one of the board members, this person's daughter also graduated the same year as I did. I grew up with her. I was great friends with her. Her mother chaperoned field trips. I've seen her in the hallway. Kindest, sweetest, most caring mother that I ever seen. And here it is, 16 years later, and I'm just very disappointed in how everything is being run. And to that parent that I've seen growing up my whole life, I'm very disappointed in how she's running her position on the school board. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, Mary.
I have a Brianne Taylor. I asked her to unmute.
Brianne, you're up.
Did I do
Hello.
okay?
Hello, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. From my understanding, when you are like making a speech for the board, if I have questions for the superintendent, he is not allowed to respond while I'm talking. Is that correct? Or is he allowed to answer my questions that I'm asking?
Nope.
What was that?
He is not. This is
Okay.
public comment.
Okay, I just had some questions for the superintendent because he said that he would answer some questions today. One of my first questions is about the water system at the high school. In case of an emergency, a fire, it's non-operating, the sprinkler system. That cannot be safe. And I was wondering if we were going to get the mold and air quality reports for that school. And clearly in the band room, the closets have black mold. And what will be done about that? It cannot stay like that. And in the locker room, Mr. Abdullahad could not answer if there was kills sprayed on the ceiling. I would like to know if there was kills sprayed on that ceiling in the locker room. And I just want to say that the high school needs these repairs. And I really hope that you guys can come to terms on a bond that we can present to the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Rachel's iPhone. Rachel?
I'm here.
Okay. Hello?
She muted again.
She turned it off. Okay, let's try this again. Rachel, you have to unmute yourself.
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
Okay. My children have attended Madison District from preschool on. The first time I seen Mr. Abdullahad at an event in 2021 was the band concert last week. After the concert, he walked up to me and my children. He asked us how we are doing, and then proceeded to say to me, "Do you remember when they were little and you were so worried and scared for them? Look at them now. Aren't they safe? Aren't you happy they've been safe?" As a parent who walked through that building at the high school, his statement was clearly untrue. The high school is not keeping anyone safe. Also, my student that goes to Wilkinson Middle School was assaulted and stomped on in the halls where he's supposed to feel safest with no admin in the building. After that incident, we had no other administrator other than Ben Harwood, the principal, reach out to us to see if he was okay, to see if we needed anything. This is an embarrassment of the support that I thought and have come accustomed to in prior years in this district. Mr. Abdullahad has done nothing to keep these children safe. He has done nothing to fix any problem that has come and landed on his desk since he has been in administration. At what point is he going to decide to resign? Because he clearly is getting paid for a job he is not doing. If anyone can prove me different, please let me know. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. My children have known him for well over 8 years, and they are embarrassed as well on how he is leading things. Thank you so much for your time.
You.
Okay. I have to unmute somebody. All right. Next up is Jeffilliard.
Yeah, good evening, board. My name is Jeffilliard. Just wanted to give you guys a few pieces of advice. So, first and foremost, to the sitting board, you guys have been sitting for about 5 months. The building did not become in disrepair over the last 5 months, but obviously with your election, it is your guys' task to determine what does the community need, what does the community want, and is it deliverable? The one piece that I would ask you is not to take the feedback personally. Again, the building did not become in disrepair overnight. This was handed to you guys as a problem to solve. I believe that you guys can solve it, but it's going to require that there are goals set and goals achieved as a district. The feedback, the embarrassment, the pictures of the building, all legitimate from everything that I've seen, read, and heard. But I would ask you also, to look at your interactions in your meetings, look at your interactions on social media, and really focus on what is achievable, and then being able to make those hard decisions kind of going forward. With that said, I think the expectations of the administration itself need to be higher. And with that, again, don't be discouraged by the feedback that you're hearing. The decisions that you make are the ones you were elected to make. And, I think that the community hopes that you have success, but with that success, you've got to deliver results. The continued reduction in student count will not support any future expansions and big money being spent if we continue to see that we're not delivering what, again, and some people say it in a bad tone, what the taxpayers want to be delivered in the community. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And next,
Next,
Mary.
we have Renee Morrison. Please unmute.
Hello.
Hi.
I just want to say a few things and then I'm going to go silent. First off, after this year, I won't have a dog in the fight. We're pulling our child from the district. And the reason is because from the time she started in kindergarten until now, it has become a complete and utter disgrace. I'm a taxpayer in this city. I will fight for these children. I will continue to fight for these children. And it is shameful that you chose not to go for that bond. It is shameful that you are putting an extra $50 a year, even $100 a year, 2 years. The safety of our children and the well-being of our children is what is important. What I'm going to miss about this district is the moms. Because you know what? Those moms are the ones that did the job. Those moms were the ones that were there for the children. And as far as this board is concerned, I'm disgusted. You can unmute me now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Mary.
Alicia Robinette.
I'm trying.
Oh, there we go.
Good evening. Yeah, you can hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay. Many things happened last night at the high school tour that were totally unacceptable, starting with the board president making comments to others that I'm a nuisance. If my recording live for our community see is a nuisance, you should resign. You should want the community to see those conditions. You should want better for the kids and the staff. Best part is you said that then headed to hide during this tour. Instead of being the leader and scanning every area yourself to see the absolute disgusting conditions our kids and staff are in. Shame on you. You should be embarrassed. Your huge lack of concern is being noticed. Next, let's address the huge issue of the board vice president. Him having that seat is a joke in itself. You, sir, should resign effective immediately. I will continue to demand it. Your lack of self-control and temper is scary and has no business around kids. Even knowing you're being recorded, you couldn't control yourself by rushing towards me angry, screaming, and in my face. You are the board and should be held to a higher standard. HR and the super asked you to leave because they saw you spiraling out of control. Thank you for bringing it to my attention that this building has needed updates and repairs for over 10.5 years. That proves board president has failed these kids before and has continued to this day. She has helped spread false information in order for any bond to fail. That's including the two from a previous board you guys love to blame. One common denominator, y'all ready? It's the board president. Thank you for showing your true colors, Mr. Vice President. His behavior should not be tolerated by this school board. Lastly, let's address the elephant in the room, the superintendent. Disgusted isn't even the word right now. The fact that you can kick children out of their building for speaking up is proof you don't care. How dare you? That's their building, not yours, theirs. And you have done nothing of significance for this district. You quoted on video saying the building is bad and needs immediate repairs, that you can, when confronted by a student, you lie and say it's safe. Without those students, sir, you don't make $250,000 and put it in your pocket. You have one concern, that's your very, very deep pockets. I asked the board to terminate the super or that he resigns effective immediately. The lack of concern most of this board has is evident. Just know all eyes are on you. You can't keep deflecting and playing the blame game. Time to step up or resign. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mary, next up, please.
Crystal Whitley.
Crystal.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
fine.
Can you hear me?
We got you,
Yes.
Crystal.
Can't hear you. Go ahead.
I have a couple concerns myself. Okay, I've reached out to Mr. Doolhut and teachers and parents and all that. My concerns are, why did the 4 board members vote no on this? We could have had the bond to fix the 3 schools that need fixing. My other concern is, why are you still on the board if you want to vote no? You're just worried about your deep pockets. To the 3 board members that voted yes, I greatly appreciate you for everything that you do with our children and in the board. I have spoken to the superintendent and he has to go through hoops and hoops to get the bond, and it was voted down no. So why is it that you guys don't give a crap about our children's education? I want my questions answered. You know, I don't care if it's an email. I don't care if it's through another meeting, but I want to know why our kids have to suffer. Sit in the districts like that. Why do our teachers have to suffer? Why do the parents have to suffer? That is not fair to our children. That's not fair to our parents, and that's not fair to our faculty members that are actually in that school day in and day out with the conditions that it's in. I would like for those board members to resign effective immediately, because if they can't show us that they care about our children, then why are you on the board? What are you guys going to do to make our children's education a better education for them? How are we going to move forward? How are we going to get these buildings fixed so our children can go back into those buildings? It is a disgrace that you guys can sit on that board and vote no for something that we really need. I'm not going to stop. My voice will be heard for every child in that school district, because I have a sibling that goes to that school that has some various health issues that have, I mean, there's kids that have health issues. There's kids that have special needs, meaning my brother is one of them. There's people on the board that have health issues. We need to accommodate them. So voting no on a bond that you should have voted yes on for our children is just a disgrace. It is disrespectful. I can't even come with the words of how upset people are with you guys for voting no on this. What are we going to do to make it better for our children? How are we going to accommodate the parents that are in there or the teachers? I would like those board members to resign immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, next up, please.
Next is my phone. If you could please unmute and also state your name.
My name is Arlene Ross.
Thank you, Arlene.
Hanging wires, high saturation, holes in walls, loose floor tiles, missing ceiling tiles, faulty fire safety equipment, and mold upon mold upon mold are just a few things I witnessed while walking through Madison High School last night. I am sickened that our children and staff have been subject to such conditions, all while being told the building is safe. I don't know about you, but last I knew, black mold is toxic. How can we, the community, trust that this is going to get taken care of when all we get are lies and deception? Last night, I got made out to be a liar in front of community members, my friends, friends of my children, and district students, when in reality, the one doing the lying is the main problem within the district. I'm still curious what email the superintendent was referring to when he stopped me during the tour last night. Some board members want to cut fat away from the bond, but I think they need to cut the fat from the district first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, Mary.
Natalie Bessick.
Natalie Basic, and I'm a sophomore at Madison High School. There's a lot that can be said, but to keep it short, since I only get 3 minutes to talk about my failing district, I'll just try to hit some of the key points. In the past, I have been attacked on Facebook by trustee spouses. So if you're listening, I'd like to personally thank you for being a perfect representation of who I do not want to be when I'm older. So thank you for being a perfect representation of who, I have stayed quiet the majority of the time, but I'm done being silent. My school is falling apart and most board trustees sit and let it happen. And when I say sit, I actually mean they sit there saying that there's nothing wrong with the school during a tour specifically made to show what is wrong. I have listened to other schools walk into our building and laugh and say that they're in the ghetto. It's not just embarrassing, it's sad. As a district student, I am begging you to open your eyes and do what's right. Not what fits your agenda, not what you're a coach to do, but what is clearly right for not only me, but for everyone. Fix the roof, get more clubs, add more electives, make a place where all of our teachers and staff aren't leaving left and right, and most importantly, stick up for us kids, teachers, and staff who stay in a mold-filled school, and please actually do something good for once. And don't even get me started on the heating and cooling at the high school. I'm an active member of my community, and as most would say, I have my boots on the ground. While having my boots on the ground, I have met some amazing people and also some very heartless people. You know who you are. With that being said, thank you for letting the community into my school to see what's wrong with it. I really do appreciate it. I am saddened by how some trustees are treated though. For example, Mrs. Beaver gets called out in meetings she wasn't even asked to defend herself. Mrs. Scott gets alienated and the board wouldn't even respect her request on the superintendent's goals. What type of board will ever be a healthy board when 4 people like to stick knives in the backs of 3 and then act shocked when there's blood? Also, to the board trustee who continuously drives by my house, even though you live on the southwest side and we live on the northeast side of Madison, leave me alone. And I find it a little alarming how you continue to loop around my house when my underage siblings and I are outside. So thank you to the trustees who actually care about the district and everyone in it, including the community. Have a great night, everyone. And to the 4 of you, I just hope you know that you completely disgust me.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mary.
Next is Liz.
Milan.
Liz Malama.
Okay.
Mute.
Liz, you're up.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
I wanted to address the fact that I came and witnessed it was just crazy what I saw. I would never send a child there, ever in my entire life would I send my child there. My child has type 1 diabetes. I would never. The amount of humidity, the heat, the mold, 41% saturated in one room. And then for a community person to be personally there and trying to tell other board members, people that were in the same band room, stating that they were, this is safe. When I asked that person if they had kids, they stated no. And I responded back, would you be okay with you sending your children there? I don't appreciate any of that. And first of all, then the smiles, the smirks that some people on the board, that's not appropriate. Really, unfortunately, that's not good. Second of all, on all this, I have posted this kind of stuff on my Facebook just to yesterday after seeing all this. I'm it's disgusting. People have, that I personally know that live in the city even agree it's disgusting. I really hope that you do pass a bond and don't think about yourselves, think about our children that go to that district. I understand some board members stated, oh, well, we know that there's a problem. You should know there's a problem because that's a big problem. That's a huge problem in that aspect. I really hope that you look out for these kids because the parents that do take upon, some of them are board members, they go above and beyond for kids. Kids that I work all the time. I can't be with my child at all times. They would go above and beyond. That is the reason why I've stayed in this district, because of the above and beyond from teachers to all the staff to the parents. I hope to God you guys pass a bond that will fix this problem, because honestly, I will be leaving if this does not get fixed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, next, please.
Haley Basler.
Haley.
Hello, everyone. I am a sophomore at Madison High School and started attending Madison in fall of 2019. I want to go on record with all of the medical issues I have had that have progressively gotten worse since attending Madison High School. I have always had asthma and allergies, but it has progressively gotten worse since the fall of 2019. In the past 2 years, I've developed chronic joint pain, daily headaches, frequent ear infections and sinus infections, and as well as an hormonal imbalance. After the conditions I saw yesterday on the tour, I am worried that my high school is making me sick and causing all of these issues. Students and staff need you to fix this situation promptly and correctly. I know I'm not the only one suffering these types of symptoms. How can you guarantee that our school is safe and is not making us sick? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mary.
Smith.
Hello, this is Tom Smith. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm Tom Smith. Here's my opinion. I toured the high school last night. It looks like a 60-year-old building that needs some attention. But there's a big difference between deferred maintenance and a biohazard, between water stains and black mold, between amateurs and experts. First, let's understand that the roof has been an ongoing problem long before the current school board came on the scene. The prior administration and board that supported it did partial or patchwork repairs for many years. The state and auditors have documented their mismanagement of district finances. The current board and administration has spent the past few years successfully fixing that mess. They've shown that they are the financial stewards that will fix the infrastructure while respecting the taxpayers, but it takes time to dig out of a deep hole. Second, what wasn't shown was any evidence proving that the building has a biohazard, just unproven accusations. I don't know of any significant illness among anyone in the building. Air quality is regularly checked by professionals and found to be biohazard safe. The building just wouldn't be open if there was any material risk. If it's questionable, shut it down, but back it up with qualified experts, not drama. I get that parents want a safe environment for their kids, but they should want to know what's real. Personal attacks on others are not solutions. They just make the attackers look bad and ruin their credibility. They just don't look serious. If the goal is to scare residents into voting for bonds, be careful what you wish for. You just may scare more families out of the district. Emotional conflicts can cause families to look elsewhere. Keep it up, and I think we'll lose enrollment due to continuing drama. It's also not appealing to teachers and staff. It bothers me that some people propose to take such a big chunk in bonds out of taxpayers, up to $11.8 million with an $8 million price tag for interest over 27 years is a big extra hit for many families to pay. The board needs to prioritize what needs to be done over time to maintain the infrastructure, and it needs to balance that against taxpayers struggling to recover from COVID-19 unemployment losses for a long time. You can't solve real problems with fake drama. Even if you win, you lose. It takes serious people with serious solutions. So either support serious trustees who solve problems or step aside and they'll get the job done. And if you're really worried about health and safety, encourage everyone you know who's eligible to get vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, next up, please.
Steve Basler, please unmute.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, good evening. I want to touch on something that Mr. Smith just brought up too. Would you think that air quality reports and mold reports would be on the district website? Why isn't that public information? Anyways, I wanted to go into, I watched the videos on social media yesterday's tour of the high school. Personally, I've never been through the entire school. I'm appalled by the conditions of this school. From what I saw yesterday, you're going to need more than 12 million to make all the necessary repairs. Sinking fund isn't going to work. What's more appalling is the 4 trustees who voted no on the bond proposal a couple months ago because, quote, it was too rich for my blood. I don't want my taxes to go up. And the majority of the people on this board ran on no bonds, were some of the excuses given. The majority of this board, and from past boards, campaigned against Mr. Speck's bonds. These issues would already been addressed. There are the same people who ran a campaign claiming corruption and said there were people going to prison for being corrupt. Well, it's been a long 3 years and those people are still free. I'm pretty positive the narrative of corruption was false propaganda spread by the majority of these people sitting on this very board and a couple others that were not reelected during the past cycle. I find it funny that this very board and superintendent that the majority of you claimed was corrupt had the district thriving. So far, all the allegations made against those people hold no merit, like the missing K2C money that was alleged by the current super from the golf outing funds that Dr. Hill stated publicly was in the general fund all along. So instead of throwing mud at people you want to be like, the right thing to do is apologize to these people publicly. But I don't expect that out of any of you because you lack integrity and have no honor. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. And see a couple of more hands. Mary, please.
I have a Katie Schultz.
Hi. My name is Katie Schultz. I go to the middle school and I decided I would like to go to the open house yesterday. And I'm just very much so appalled at the conditions that are even there and how there are still kids in that building daily from 6 to 8 hours. And to the Madison High School students and teachers who have to even stand that smell and that heat and those conditions, I am so sorry. And that you guys even have to deal with this and this needs to change. Me and my mom, personally, one of the reasons why we had to leave early was because we couldn't breathe in those conditions, especially with my mom having asthma and us not being able to breathe that well personally. And what I saw last night at the end with the vice president of this school board, I'm very much so saying that I am agreeing with Alicia Robinette's statement that you need to get your crap together. And the conditions even of that high school are also very appalling, which some examples would be the smell of mold, dipping tiles, and the fire equipment is outdated. The amount of lives that we can lose from that fire equipment being outdated is just crazy. So I'm sorry, Madison, you need to get your stuff together, because if you guys really think I'm about to go to that high school with those conditions, you guys got me wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. And
Tara.
Mary.
Tara, please unmute. Where did she go?
Who are we looking for? I'm sorry, Mary.
Tara. Tara.
Hi, can you hear me?
I asked her to unmute.
We can hear you, Tara. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Tara. I graduated from Madison in 2004. And somebody said earlier that the entire city's eyes are on you. And I want to assure you that it's not just the city. I no longer live in Madison Heights, and I've seen the photos, and I'm disgusted, and I am heartbroken that this has gone on. Madison was not in great condition in 2004, so I can only imagine that these problems have gotten worse since then. So what has happened since 2004 until now? How has this continued to go on since 2004? How has that roof not been replaced since 1997? I hope you guys take a look in the mirror, and I hope you put these children first, because if you are on this board for any other reason than looking out for those children, you should not be on this board. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. And
next, Tammy.
Tammy.
Yeah.
Tammy, you're up.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to say I'm a 3-generation lifelong Madison family. As a former Madison Eagle class of 96, I was once proud to call myself that. Now it almost seems like an embarrassment. We have a majority board who does not care about the kids, but more about politics. My children have been in the school since preschool. I've paid thousands of dollars for my after-school care. 7 years later, now we are looking for a new school district, one that cares more about our kids. We are losing way too many amazing teachers, and parents are being looked at as a nuisance when they speak out. I will never send my children to a school in such disrepair. There's too much to list, but I've seen it, and I know most of you have as well. My 2 students have severe allergies. One has migraines induced by allergies. The other one has asthma and epilepsy. Not a place I care to send my kids. Trim the fat, fix the buildings, but attitudes along with that. That would be very nice. And I thank you for listening to me. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mary, next up.
Next I have Amy Lewis. Amy, are you able to unmute? There we go.
Good evening, Board of Education. I did not have anything planned tonight, but after hearing these children, I feel the need to speak up. As many of you may know, I only moved to Madison Heights in 2018. I graduated in 1991 as an Eisenhower Eagle, and being an Eagle up there meant totally different than these high schoolers down here. And you all wonder why I'm involved. I've heard so many rumors of why and who's motivating me and everything. And all it is whether or not I have kids in the district or not, is I knew what I had, and I see how you guys are failing these kids. I want the public to know, as always, the recording of this video will be posted. Please look at 28 minutes when the president walked away. Please look at 35 and 36 minutes when the vice president and secretary were giggling and smirking, especially when a student was talking or after a student talked. At 39 minutes, the president or the treasurer likes to put her papers in front of the screen so she can do other things. At 39:45, the vice president likes to glance over to look at his device. Again, at 40 minutes, the treasurer was reviewing her papers. At 43 minutes, the students' feelings were again hurt because they were laughed at by a couple of board members. And at 45 minutes, apparently the treasurer's paperwork was more important to review and take notes. Then at 47:30, there was a gentleman from the public, and he mentioned the words that this board has been successfully fixing things. I'm not sure if anybody's seen the videos that people have posted online and the pictures, but I don't think there's been any success very much there. Again, he said, any evidence not proving that it was a hazard. But again, we haven't seen any evidence not proving it wasn't a hazard, sir. And also, he also said, but they should want to know what's real. That is what they've been screaming and yelling about. That is what they're here tonight and talking about. And that is why we're having this special meeting. Have any of you been listening to these kids and these parents? Have you been in these schools? Because I tell you what, even just those black ceiling tiles in one aisle that I saw, I wouldn't even shop at a grocery store that had those ceiling tiles. And here you want these kids to live and learn in these conditions? It's appalling. Honestly, a lot of you just sit there and pretend you're listening and have a fecal-eating grin on your face, and 4 of you should step down. On another note, I do want to commend 3 of you board members, and you know who they are, who you are, who stand up, who fight for these kids and try to do this district right. And I know it's an uphill battle, but the public and the people, and you can hear our voices tonight, we are behind you, and we will not let the other 4 and the superintendent who needs to be fired, we will not let this continue. Do you hear us? There is a whole bunch of us that have our eyes on you. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary, next, please.
Sean Fleming.
All right, hello, and so last night I did see a video online that was pretty shocking, but I'm not amazed about it because of that the building has been sitting empty for over a year, and there's been problems before that. I would like to see this bond go through because it's evident that the building does need fixing. But I think it's more than just a roof. There's leaks everywhere, and it really does need to be repaired. Also, with the electrical outlets that are really which is a fire hazard, including the water that could be becoming a fire hazard also with the exposed electrical wiring. So I want to make sure that that we get this bond here also. But I'm also concerned about the missing parents from Pontiac that weren't able to actually go and be on this tour. I don't know if they were invited or any notice was sent to them, or if they were provided transportation to come down and see the building themselves. We 2/3 of our students there are from the city of Pontiac or Detroit or elsewhere. And I don't see any of their parents on these Zoom calls. I don't know if they're able to get on them or not, or if they've been offered assistance to do such. But I think I would like to hear their voices too, and let them know about about the school, and let them know about what's going on also. That's what I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have iPhone. If you could please introduce yourself.
Hi, sorry, I didn't realize I never changed it. My name is Brandy. I have 2 students that attend the district. My daughter is getting ready to finish 4th grade, and she has been at Madison Elementary since the preschool, the GSRP program was actually in the school when the school was built, which it was intended to have. And then by the time my son was supposed to go there, the whole thing with the ECC building. But needless to say, I attended Madison High School. My mom attended, my grandmother attended Madison High School, and it is so disheartening to see the condition that school is in. I know when I attended, it was not in the best conditions. And to see that it really seems like nothing has been done. And just to see the constant back and forth between the school board, I feel that there are very few members on that board who truly have the children's good intentions in their heart. And I feel that a lot of you are on the board just to talk down on others. And I don't see anything coming out of any of this that any of you have said. I have attended meetings for the last 2 years. And I just really think that all of you should be working together after seeing these things for the betterment of our kids, because sadly, I'm going to leave the district. And I think I'm left with no choice after seeing the conditions that this is in. And then it makes me wonder, what about Wilkinson Middle School? You know, the elementary school is brand new, but these other schools, how much maintenance has been done to them? My son has asthma. There's no way that he would last one day at Madison. And I mean, thank you to the select few members on the board who truly, truly do their best for these kids. Thank you. That's all.
You.
Jonathan Cobb.
Yep.
Jonathan, can you unmute? He may be having issues. Jonathan, you have to press the microphone button. I've been asking him to unmute and it's not. Okay, let's go to John Beaver.
Good evening, everybody, community members, everybody tuning in. I sat and listened for, it's been about the last hour now at the shock, the appall, the disgust, the disdain, the fury, the passion, and everything else that goes along with being a parent in a district with a building in that condition. Let me say, I don't want to take the route of finger pointing with my comments tonight, because it would be the easy route for me to point fingers at anybody. But what I want to say is, I understand the 7 of you inherited the problems that are before us right now. That I did commercial flat roofing for 6 years. No, I'm not an expert per se, but I do have a lot of experience. And while I do not feel that the roof is in a catastrophic total failure where it's going to collapse on our kids, there are issues of concern. But let me just say this. I don't blame any of you for the condition the roof is in. But the reality of the situation is you 7 are tasked with what seems to be an impossible task to get it repaired. As a father, when I walked through that building yesterday, it was scary that those are the conditions we're in. I believe that everything can be taken care of, and I'm hoping that the 7 of you, along with community support, can come up with a plan tonight that would rectify these and make that building a presentable place. I said last night in the meeting, while there's no paperwork or any evidence that the building is not safe, there's a big difference between safe and acceptable. If any of your homes were in that condition, you wouldn't allow one person to step foot and have company over to watch a movie or to have lunch or to have dinner or to fellowship with other people. So I leave you with this tonight. Please, for the sake of our children, come together and find a solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
You. Mary, see a couple
Okay.
more here.
We're trying for Jonathan Cobb again, see if he can unmute. Nope.
Top right hand corner, Jonathan.
Jonathan, if you're using a tablet or a computer, it'd be your bottom left. If you're using a phone, it may be through the menu. He's having an issue unmuting. Nope. Let's try Brenda. Hello, Brenda. Okay. Brenda? Nope, okay. I'm not getting anything.
Brenda, can you unmute?
She is unmuted.
I see that, but I don't know why she's not speaking. Okay, we're gonna give Jonathan.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, something's wrong with her connection somewhere. Where'd she go?
She just disappeared. Okay, so I can't get Jonathan to unmute.
Mary, I did see that he was unmuted a second ago.
Oh, excuse me.
So at this point, he does not seem to be unmuting. That's all the only hands we have up.
Okay, with that, let's move on to the superintendent report. Mr. Abdullah.
Thank you, Madam President. So yesterday we had a site visit and we had asked community members, anyone that was there, to either email us or hand us questions. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read the questions that were asked and then with our district response to them, if you don't mind. The first question was, are the annual inspections of the high school? Are annual inspections of the high school? If so, are the reports available to the public? Our answer, there are a variety of annual inspections, such as fire system inspections, backflow prevention inspections. Apologize, I'm losing my voice. There's no formal report given unless an issue is cited. Number two, are the air quality tests done at the high school? If yes, how often are they done? Is that information accessible?
Thank you.
There was an air quality inspection done in October of 2020, and they found that the air quality and mold conditions of the building were satisfactory quality. They made some recommendations for remediation, and those were completed, as pointed out in the tour last night. Number three, did the high school have extra work done to it before the school tour? Yes. Ceiling tiles were replaced, mostly in areas that leaking of the roof had been brought under control. 4, is there a punch list of everything in the high school that is in need of repair? Is that information available? Our answer, as presented in the board meetings, there were 2 complete facility assessments, and the reports will be available on our website. We are creating a website dedicated to, reporting and things like that that might have. We have not started that, but we figured that would be an area where people could go to. How long, number 5, how long has the facility coordinator been in that position? What are his qualifications when it comes to building maintenance on repair? The Director of Human Resources and Operations has been in that position since August of 2020.
Excuse me.
He has a master's degree in administration and training through Michigan School Business Officials in school facility management. He has been working diligently to address facility concerns and implement software to track work orders, repairs, routine maintenance, and annual inspections. There was not a facility manager or operations manager in place for some time before his arrival in August of 2020. Number 6, is the school board's plan to repair just the roof or to address the entirety of the issue at the school, i.e. boiler replacement, electrical upgrades, and pool repairs? Our response, as addressed in multiple board meetings, the plan of the district is to do a complete overhaul of infrastructure, including boilers and electrical and plumbing. We are seeking board approval for a bond to address these concerns. Number 7, are repairs that are currently being done proactively to prevent further damage, or are most repairs done on as-needed basis? Our district response: we are responding to necessary repairs as they come up and also following routine maintenance guidelines to be proactive. Number 8, what is the bidding process for repairs? What is the dollar amount required before board approval is required? Are multiple bids required? Are bids bid in an open bid process or done in closed meetings? Our answer: up to $10,000 is at superintendent's discretion, and 2 or 3 quotes are provided for the repair. Between $10,000 and $24,500, board authorization is required with 2 or 3 quotes. Anything over $24,500 requires a formal bid process. Number 9, Jamie, can you, I apologize, Jamie, can you take over a little bit, just if you don't mind, Madam President, just so I could get some water?
Sure.
Jamie, I left off on number 9.
Okay, hello everyone.
Hey, Jamie.
Hi, Jamie.
What is the plan to replace the roof and fix all the other infrastructure issues in the high school? Our response was the plan is to present the board a bond proposal with all infrastructure needs spelled out and to seek permission to seek a bond in the November election. Question 10, does the school have insurance that will cover the event that the roof collapses on a child or staff member? The district response: we have liability insurance, but this is not an issue as the roof is being saved by local authorities. Number 11, why are fire safety mechanisms not in place, such as sprinkler systems, fire emergency alarms for doors? The district response is that push bar alarms are not required for fire safety codes. The building was built in the early 1960s, and the code at the time did not require the entire building to be sprinkled. There was no renovations done that would have required the building to be brought to current code. When the auditorium was built, the code required a sprinkler system to be installed there, which is why that portion of the building has the newer fire sprinkler system. 12, is it true that SETSEG, which is our insurance provider, will be discontinuing coverage on the high school roof and raising deductibles? Our response was that SETSEG is excluding flood damage brought on by the roof and the failing plumbing pipes, and they're also excluding the roof from their coverage. The premium and deductible is increasing until the matters are resolved.
Wait, Jamie?
Yes.
Jamie, can you just interrupt and tell them why?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Could you just explain it just in very quickly why? Because I know that.
Why the deductibles are increasing?
And yeah.
And the premium, just because of the history of claims, the number of claims that were brought on previously, and most recently the claim at Keys, which called for our reevaluation. Is that correct, Dean? Mr. Abdullah, is there anything else you want to add?
No, I think you addressed it.
Yeah, thank you.
Number 13, are there situations where the janitor or maintenance man was expected to repair the roof, tend to the roof, clean mold, or remove asbestos tiles? Our response is that the custodial staff has never been asked to repair the roof. They have cleaned out drains and removed debris in order to keep the pools of water on the roof from forming. Number 14, the question is, why was it important to install tiles in spots that were missing tiles just prior to a public tour? Why not show the true conditions the children have staff have sat through? The district response was that we believe that we were open and transparent with our tour. Since the heavy rain did not show leaks in the areas where the tile was missing after the patchwork in February, it showed that the area was no longer a major leak concern. So we replaced the tiles just for aesthetic purposes during our tour. 15, how often does the superintendent walk through the buildings to make sure that they are presentable and if issues need to be addressed? Our response is that we are implementing a process for weekly building inspections with the Director of Operations. So I'll be walking through, I have a checklist we developed. I'll be walking through and doing weekly building inspections. Number 16 says, I personally pointed out the issues in A Hall in fall of 19 to Mr. Abdulahad. Why was it just now repaired in February of 2021 and not sooner? We thank you for pointing this out to us. We encourage you to continue to show areas of concern. Number 17, why did it take the news and protesters to schedule a tour of the building? Our response was the district had a tour of the building planned prior to the protests and the news presence. Our goal was to ensure the community has the necessary information and voice for a bond proposal. Number 18, why wait 10 days to schedule the tour? Was it to give some time to spruce up the building? The district response is the replacement of ceiling tile where leaks have mostly been brought under control is the only area where the tiles were replaced.
You want me to take 19, Jamie? I could do 19 through 20.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Okay. Number 19. Why did the lawn in the courtyard go unattended until 2 weeks ago? When was it cut and was it waist high? Our grounds maintenance and custodial crew handle this, and we were focusing on several school events that they were preparing for. Number 20. Why did it take Superintendent Abdulahad 2 years to present a bond? Did he know the needs of the district? Our response, the superintendent presented bond options multiple times with the facility assessments multiple times over the last year. Mr. Abdulahad is aware of the needs, which is why the information was presented to the board and the public. 21, in February of 21, when the roof was repaired, did you inform the board and the public? This is our response. This is an operational role. There's no need for board approval for costs under $10,000. 22, why was the roof repaired in February 21 when it was said by the superintendent that the roof was beyond repair? Our response, the work done in February of 21 was a patchwork. The roof as a whole is beyond repair. The patchwork is a temporary fix to a larger issue. 23, is a repair from February failing? It is not failing, but it's only a temporary fix. 24, why has the bond process been so relaxed over the past year knowing the urgency of the repairs needed? District response, the process is not relaxed. It takes many months of preparation to go before the board and to provide the board and community with the necessary information to make an educated decision. 25, what proves that the roof is safe? How do we know that our children are safe breathing the moisture and mold? District response, local authorities issued a statement on the safety of the roof and a state inspection is being scheduled. The mold and moisture issue was addressed in the November IAQ report, which stated the air quality is an acceptable level. 26, can you guarantee that this isn't causing health issues with our children? We cannot make guarantees on this as each person has different health issues. 27, can an $11 million bond cover all the needs in the district? We believe so. 28, why are the girls' bathrooms in the locker rooms missing locks? Our answer, we were unaware of this and is being addressed. 29, given the condition of the high school, my child will not step foot back in the building. Will remote learning be offered next school year if parents choose to keep their kids remote over switching school district? Our answer, there's no plan in place as there's no I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. We have no plans to offer remote learning for the fall. We may have a virtual option, but not remote option. How much will it cost to repair every immediate need in the district? Roughly 11 million. Does the district actually know all of the immediate needs in the district? Yes, they are addressed in the building assessment from SEG and performance services. Will the money from the sale of Keith's Grace be used towards high school improvements? No, we plan to utilize the sale of Edison to do a replacement of the roof at the Early Childhood Center. Do you want to start the next one, Jamie?
Sure. Does the school have dehumidifiers in any of the rooms and areas of the school that have moisture, such as the band room? If not, why not? Our response is we have air purifiers in each room, but not dehumidifiers. This is something that we do plan on looking into, though. Have the showers in the boys' locker room area been used this school year by athletes? We checked in with our enrichment coordinator, and the showers have not been used this school year. Number 3, how do the students control the temperature of the water in the boys' locker room showers currently? The current water temperature is just set at 1 temperature. What is the procedure today to have an item or area fixed if a student, parent, or staff member identifies an area that requires maintenance? Who is responsible to follow up and ensure the item and area is repaired? Our response is that we are implementing a facility maintenance software program. In the beginning, we're currently in the beginning stages of the implementation process. The new software will allow for tickets to be entered. This will be able to be entered by staff, students, or whoever in the building. It will be routed to the operations director, which is me. However, if a staff, student, or parent highlights and gives us a concern, it'll be addressed by custodians, principals, or myself. Who determines the priority of the items needing repair, and who has the authority to decide what to repair and when? Currently, I work with the custodians and maintenance staff to prioritize needs. I work in conjunction with Mr. Abdulahad, and we both have the authority to make the decisions on the repairs. How are facility requests managed and documented for the district? This is the same response as the other one. We're currently implementing a facility maintenance software program. We're in the beginning stages of implementing the software. Currently, everything is done through an email system. Have staff members expressed concerns with the conditions of the building and their work areas? Our response is that currently we don't have any issues with the building conditions as far as complaints from teachers other than the temperature at the high school. Number 8, to what extent are you able to act to make repairs on your own? Are you able to authorize repairs up to a specific amount without board approval? Our response is up to $10,000 is at the superintendent's discretion. 2 or 3 quotes are provided for the repair. $10,000 to $24,500 requires board authorization with 2 or 3 quotes, and anything over $24,500 requires a formal bidding process. Number 9, which repairs made in the last year were made under the emergency repairs designation? Our response is the flood damage at Edison Elementary. Number 10, would you feel comfortable with your own child attending this district, specifically Madison High School? This is kind of a hypothetical question, and we really don't have an answer for that one.
Jamie, just to clarify,
Yeah.
the flood damage at Edison, which is the Keys Grace Academy.
Yes, sorry. Do you believe the conditions of the high school affects the way students view their own self-worth? Yeah, the district response is yes, we do believe that. Do you believe the students in the high school take pride in the school they currently attend? We also answered yes to that. What is the district now doing to repair the damages to the high school? Our response is that we're working to promote a bond to make the necessary repairs. We're addressing major needs and fixing them based on the funding we have available. Number 14, is it true that the fire sprinkler system in areas of the high school is not functioning? If so, why not? What needs to be done to repair it? I believe the question says. The response is that we replaced 140 sprinkler heads in the existing sprinkler system in January of 2021. Conti is a company we use to do this work. They say that the system is functioning as intended. The system is charged with water. Full district-wide test is scheduled for July. There are no non-functioning sprinkler heads in the high school. Upon further inspection of the kitchen, we determined that the holes in the ceiling were not sprinklers. They're actually PVC pipe conduits that are open. So those are not sprinkler heads. We have a hood exhaust system in place in the kitchen, and that has been inspected within the last year, and that's fully functional. That was pointed out by the fire marshal in today's tour, which we'll address a little later. The next question, it says the high school had a mold test recently. What are the results of that test? When was the last test? Our response was that there was an air quality inspection done in October of 2020. They found the air quality and mold conditions of the building were of satisfactory quality. They made some recommendations for remediation, and those were completed, as we pointed out in the tour. What can parents do to assist the district in their efforts to bring the school to acceptable conditions? Our response is that it would be helpful if the community recognized that the district is working on attempts to address the major issues, and it would also be helpful if the community came together to support a bond proposal. Is the insurance coverage that insures the high school at risk of being denied or certain areas being excluded from coverage? Our response is that SETSEG has excluded flood damage brought on by the roof and pipes and is also excluding the roof from the coverage. The premium and deductible is increasing until the matters are resolved.
Excuse me, Jamie.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just letting everybody know that even though the board is not willing to accommodate, that I'm going to step off camera for 5 minutes to respect the trustee that needs a break.
Great. You guys can listen. Thank you.
I'll be stepping off also. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to continue?
Yes, please.
Sorry. The next question.
I believe you're on 18, Jamie.
Okay, sorry, I lost my spot. Does the board find it acceptable that the staff and students have to be in masks in uncomfortable areas where the room could be excessively warm or cold? Unfortunately, the district cannot control the face mask policy set by Oakland County Health Department at this time. Additionally, has the district completed exit interviews with the staff and parents who have removed their children from the district in the last year to determine the root cause? The district does have discussions with employees, but we currently do not with parents at this time. The second part of that question was, if so, did they cite building concerns or lack of offered programs in the district as a reason? And the answer to that was no.
You want me to take over on the next one?
Sure.
Are you on why wasn't it mandatory for all board members?
Yes.
Okay. Why wasn't it mandatory for all board members to witness this walkthrough? Our response is we do not speak for the Board of Education. How can another one, how can they vote properly if at least 3 of them don't know and see all the problems? Again, we do not speak for the Board of Education. One more question. I'll ask this question again. When will a town hall be scheduled for stakeholders and parents? We just had a site visit. A town hall will be scheduled at a later date if the board approves a preliminary qualification. Why would you waste time and money on a quick replacement of tiles twice in 1 week prior to a walkthrough? Our answer, the tiles that were replaced were only replaced once. Most of the areas that were replaced, we do not expect immediate further damage. Why are you, as a superintendent, doing everything you can to cover it up, but in previous meetings are quoted saying it's bad and needs to address right away? Our answer, nothing is being covered up, thus the transparency site visit, multiple building assessments, and multiple discussions at board meetings. Why in the meeting Monday did you say you will answer questions during the walkthrough? Beth Scott asked twice to clarify, yet the day of you say that you aren't. Our response was we needed to be prepared to have district response, and we wanted to make sure that the answers that we had were researched and factual. Why are you afraid to speak to the parents in public? I don't understand. I didn't know how to answer that. I'm not afraid to speak to the public or to parents. So I don't have details any further on that. Which one is next, Jamie? What's your question that you have next?
Why haven't we updated the fire equipment in a long time?
I don't have that one.
I could take it.
Yeah, go ahead.
The response to why haven't we updated the fire equipment in a long time is that we have an inspection scheduled in July, and that's going to cover sensitivity testing on sensors and let us know if there's any deficiencies. We did have the fire extinguishers inspected in August and all the necessary ones replaced. And we did actually have Conti come out and look at the area of concern in the kitchen, which we discovered they're not actually sprinkler heads, that they are PVC pipe conduit that's vacant, that's empty at this time. The next question is, why are there no sprinklers in the kitchen? We do appreciate your concern on this, and we looked into it today. As I just stated, we had Conti come out, and there are no missing sprinkler heads. The holes in the ceiling are PVC piping used as conduits. There is a report from the fire marshal that we will read at the conclusion of these questions. The next question is, why are there giant holes in the walls? We're looking into this, and we will address it. We're really not sure why that is. The next question is, why are electrical outlets taped? We're also looking into that at this time. That wasn't something that we were aware of. There's one last question. Can you tell me how the band room is safe to be in? The district response is that currently there is no data or information that speaks to the contrary. And we will read a couple emails now that speak to this a little bit.
So Jamie, when you read the email, just say the time of the email and who's from.
Okay. So I have an email today from.
Excuse me, Jamie.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Abdullahad. Can we not share that to the screen for the public? Would there be a problem with that?
I don't have it in front of me.
Well, it's in my personal, it's in my like district email. So maybe I could open it in another window or something. Let me see.
Let them read it, and then we could share it. Go ahead and read the email, and then we'll be happy to share after. That way, we're not holding up the meeting.
Well, I was actually doing it for the public, Mr. Abdullahad.
We're reading it to the public right now, Ms. Scott. We're reading it to the public along with the timestamp and the person who wrote the email. So we're
No,
trying.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but just so that the public can
Sure.
know that that's where it came from.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be
Yeah,
transparent.
we can
read it, please.
Okay, we'll find a way to post this along with the air quality report. So this is from Aaron Stadler from JD Chandler Roofing. And this was today at 5:27 p.m. He said, we have been taking care of Madison High School, as you know, for the last several years and trying to minimize the impact of roof leaks to the interior of the school to the extent we were allowed to. The current roof system is past its serviceable life expectancy and is in need of replacement. The current roof system is made up of a built-up roof system that has seen its day. The current waterproofing element of the roof system is diminished and leaving the roofing felt exposed to allow water infiltration directly through the roofing felts. This happens as a built-up roof system ages, and leaks primarily occur during heavy rains, heavy snowfall, and snow melting. There's not a lot that can be done other than replacing the roof system or recovering it with a new roof system. I'm suggesting that you budget for a new roof as soon as funding allows to limit the possibility of roof leaks in the future. I followed up with a question on him asking if he has any structural concerns with the integrity of the roof in reference to any collapse or anything like that. And he responded at 5:27, and he said, sorry. He said, from what I've seen, I have no concern. So then we have the email from the fire marshal. Sorry, one second. Okay, this is from Paul. I don't know how to say his last name. Bellotti at
Fire Marshal in Madison Heights.
12:54 p.m. today. He sent it to Angel and I. Mr. Abdullahad, in response to some citizen complaints, Myself, the chief of police, the Madison Heights building official, along with yourself and Jamie Thiel, toured the Madison Heights High School to observe the current conditions and assess if there are any life-threatening deficiencies within the building that would require immediate mitigation. It is my opinion, along with the building official, that there is no compromise of the structural integrity of the building as a whole. We did observe water damage in the band room and some issues in the old Keys Academy room. It should be noted that in the Keys room, it is not accessible to the students and staff. You stated that in January, 140 sprinkler heads were replaced. The kitchen is missing sprinkler head coverage, and Mr. Thiel has already made contact with the fire suppression company, Conti, to remedy that. I also spoke with Conti, and the technician stated that what he observed is not part of the suppression system, which suggests that the kitchen area is not sprinkled. The kitchen hood suppression system is also in need of its annual inspection. As requested, you have already tasked maintenance to check all emergency lighting in the building, and the annual district-wide fire inspection has already been scheduled for July. Sorry, one second here. It is my duty to file up on complaints and report them to the proper authorities. I know it's your goal, or I believe it's your goal to remedy the roof situation. It is determined that at this time, there's no immediate life-threatening conditions in this building that would prohibit occupancy. As more information is received, I'll forward you the correspondences. Please call on me if I can help with anything in the future.
Thank you, Jamie. So, would you like me as Madam President to continue to go through the packet like we discussed?
Yeah, you can start with the overview from set,
Okay.
because obviously this is very different than what we saw last night. So go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so I also shared with the board a survey that was done pre-site visit, which is what you have in the packet. And we have since initiated a post survey for those that attended, just to see if anything, any insight has changed. I'm just looking for, all right. So
that survey will go out Monday, by the way.
Oh, Monday?
Yeah.
So you all have seen the performance services assessment. What we did is we reached out to SETSEG, and in partnership with Oakland Schools, we asked for a second opinion. We just said, can you go through all our buildings and just tell us all the information, tell us our needs. So starting on page 3.
It's page 2.
I'm sorry, page 2. Oh, starting on page 2, you will see pictures. And the title is Pool Area Motor and Piping. The recommendation: the motor in the pool area is very noisy and needs to be repaired. The drain pipe from the pool in the tunnel area is corroded and should be replaced prior to it leaking. Page 3, titled Breach in Security. Recommendation: the locker room door is being propped open when there's no supervision. The locker room leads to the pool, which left unsupervised, unauthorized individuals could gain access. Keep all doors secured, closed, and locked to help minimize a breach in security and potential loss. To continue on page 3, roof leak. And then Jamie, if you could follow along, so as I start to lose my voice, if you could jump in. And trustees, I apologize for my voice. Titled Roof. There are several areas in the roof that the roof leaks. These should be repaired.
Mr. Abdullah,
Yes.
I just had a quick question. When we get these reports and we're reviewing them, is there a policy or a standard, like best practice of a time frame that we go through and remedy the things that they've noticed? And do we do any form of like corrective action? Do we do staff education to prevent, things like the breach of security from happening in the future? Do we automatically re-educate our staff on like what we're supposed to be doing? And then do we automatically correct everything that's in here? Or are they just suggestions, and if we can get to them, we get to them?
Those are to be an efficient building, to have all your, they're basically doing a super analysis of your building. And so they were checking everything. Some things are easily corrected. They don't give you a timeline. Some things require board action, and some things are easy. For example, the breach in the pool area. We've emptied the pool to ensure that there's no flooding in there, but we understood that. And so some things are easily handled. And we're going to put this set seg, everything that we're addressing, we're going to create a tab under operations. And so the public will be able to have access. If they want to go over it and see what we're talking about or get pictures, they'll be able to see it. On page 4, titled Kitchen Extinguishing System. Recommendation: the automatic extinguishing system protecting the cooking surface and exhaust duct should be serviced and tagged on a semi-annual basis by a qualified outside contractor to ensure reliable operation. Last inspection was done June 2019. So we have to do it, it's biannually, so we have to do it again. Jamie, can you start on the next one, please?
Mr. Abdullah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
sorry.
find each of my email. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second.
For these things where it takes scheduling twice a year and things like that, who's in charge of scheduling these inspections to occur, and why haven't we done it since June of 2019?
They're done when it says biannually is correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, is it every 2 years, correct?
No, twice a year.
I'm sorry, semi-annually, twice a year.
Which page are we at? I'm sorry, I just found the report in my email.
On page 4.
Okay.
So what we're doing, because we did not have an operations person for several years, we're creating a system. It's a reporting programming system that will send Jamie reminders on all the things, and then as custodians tag work that needs to be done. It will be a seamless line of communication, so nothing gets lost or forgotten about. Jamie, I'm under blocked.
And if anybody wants to ask questions, raise your hand and then I can acknowledge you. That'd be great. Give them a chance to.
So I think kitchen extinguishing system. Did you do blocked egresses?
No, you got to do the egresses, please.
Okay, sorry, it just took me a minute to find the report. All right, it says the title's blocked egresses. The recommendation is to keep all secondary egresses unobstructed and accessible in the event of emergency per the NFPA Life Safe Code. The secondary classroom door in the art room is being blocked by a shelf. It should be unblocked. There's an email I sent out after this inspection, and I addressed this along with other issues as far as items hanging from the ceiling, Christmas lights plugged in, stuff like that. So since then, all this has been fixed. The next one is title machine guarding / table saw. This is kind of irrelevant because we don't have a wood shop right now, but the recommendation was to install a point of operation guard for all table saws. This will reduce student employee exposure to striking the blade with their hands while using the machine. The equipment is currently not being used. However, the table saw should be adequately guarded. The next one is shortage of whiteboards. The whiteboards are being stored in the old wood shop and are subject to theft. The whiteboard should be installed as soon as possible to prevent potential theft.
Those were installed already.
Flammable liquid storage. Some flammable liquids such as paints, thinners, adhesives, and aerosols inside an UL approved cabinet for storage of the flammables. These cabinets are specifically designed to isolate the liquids from a fire, reducing the potential for their contribution to the rapid spread of a fire. There were a couple of propane torches. These should be removed or placed in a flammable cabinet. This has also been completed. That's the last page of that assessment.
We're under slip fall. Did you have that,
I
Jamie?
don't have that page. Mine ended right there.
Okay, slip, I think because there was multiple attachments, Jamie. So
Okay.
Mary, if you could send Jamie the report so he could access.
Which building does it go to next?
This is Wilkinson Middle School.
Oh, okay, 1 second.
Slip, trip, and fall hazard. Page 7, it says Wilkinson Middle School.
Just 1 second. Slip, slip, and fall hazard. Eliminate slip, trip, and fall exposure by repairing sidewalks and parking lots. This is an outstanding recommendation from the 9/27/18 report. That's something we're looking into. Awning repair. The brick around the building is separating and should be repaired. In addition, the metal is deteriorating. It should be repaired. Blocked egresses. Keep all secondary egresses unobstructed and accessible in the event of emergency. This is an outstanding recommendation, and this was also addressed. And since
read the. It says this is an outstanding recommendation from September.
Oh, sorry, I missed that part.
18 report.
Yep, sorry, I missed that part. Yeah, this has already been worked on and everything's been cleared out. Electrical panels blocked. Remove the items and materials being stored in front of the electrical panels per the NFPA life safety codes. There should be a minimum of 3 feet clearance in front of and around the panels. Yellow caution lines could be painted to designate the area around the panels where storage is not permitted. This is an outstanding recommendation from the 9/27/18 report, and this has also been completed with the exception of the yellow lines. Boiler room door blocked and open. The boiler room door is blocked, open. The door should be kept closed at all times. This has also been addressed with the custodial staff. Asbestos covering damage. The asbestos covering in the boiler rooms are damaged. They should be repaired. This is something I will contact Nova Environmental to take care of for us. Snow blower storage inside. The snow blower with gas is being stored inside. This should be stored outside. This has also been looked into and taken care of. Boiler inspection. Jurisdictional inspection certificates must be obtained and posted. The boiler certificate expired in 2019. Contact a certified boiler inspection company to inspect, maintain, and complete a CSD1 on your units annually. There were no CSD1 tests. This is something I'm working with Detroit Boiler on right now, and they've completed, I'm pretty sure they've completed all the buildings at this time. I can follow up with them though and let you know for sure, but this has been scheduled. Doors with padlocks. Doors in the boiler room and locker rooms are padlocked. Padlocks impede egress in the event of emergency and should be removed. This has been addressed and all the padlocks have been removed. Electrical exposed wiring. Electrical boxes should be closed by suitable covers and securely fastened in place. Various electrical control boxes, junction boxes, and electrical receptacles were observed without covers or faceplates. This is an outstanding recommendation from the 9/27/18 report. This is also something we're working on. It hasn't been fully completed, but it's something that we're currently working on. Electrical exposed wiring. Electrical boxes should be closed by suitable covers. This is another one with a separate picture. It's the same description though. It should be closed by suitable covers and securely fastened in place. Various electrical control boxes, junction boxes, and electrical receptacles were observed without covering or faceplates. This is an outstanding recommendation from the 9/27/18 report. This is just a separate room, and this is also being addressed. Light fixtures, missing bulbs. The light fixtures in the receiving area are missing bulbs. Proper lighting is needed to ensure egress and working in the area with slip and falling. This has also been addressed. Kitchen extinguishing system, the automatic extinguishing system protecting the cooking surfaces and exhaust duct should be serviced and tagged on a semi-annual basis by a qualified outside contractor to ensure reliable operation. Last inspection was July of 2020. This is an outstanding recommendation from the 9/27/18 report. This is also something that will be completed during our July fire inspection with Conti. And they're getting us on our list, so this is something that they'll do annually that will just be scheduled every year for July. The kitchen extinguishing system hydrostatic testing. The kitchen extinguishing system should be hydro tested according to NFPA once every 7 years. The system has never had a hydro test. This is also something Conti will be addressing in July. Slip, trip, and fall hazard. Eliminate slip, trip, and fall exposure by eliminating extension cords on the floor. This was noted in the kitchen serving area. This was also addressed in a district-wide email I sent out after this inspection. Fascia boards on shed damage. The fascia boards on the shed are damaged and could cause water to enter the building. The fascia boards should be repaired. We have not addressed this yet, but this is on our list. Slip, trip, and fall hazard. Eliminate slip, trip, and fall exposure by repairing the parking lot and sidewalks. This has not been addressed as of yet. Repair roof. The roof reached the end of its useful life. The roof is leaking in several locations throughout the middle school. The area over the girls' locker room, receiving, the boiler room, and hallway near the stage are of greatest concern. The roof should be replaced. We did get a quote from a company to replace this roof, and it's, I don't remember the exact cost, but it was several $100,000 for this area. Roof leak damage. The roof leaking has caused damage to the floors in the locker room and ceiling tiles missing. Exposed ceiling tiles should be replaced. This is something we have not addressed as of yet. Rear doors, no security. The rear doors at the middle school do not have burglary contacts on them. The rear side of the building does not have camera coverage to increase security. Burglary contacts and cameras should be provided. We're currently renegotiating our contract with Tyco, and they've been out and providing quotes, and they're adding a few cameras to each building and upgrading our camera DVR systems. I currently have a meeting with our representative next week to kind of finalize these items. Smoking. There is evidence of smoking on the premises. No smoking should be enforced on all school properties. Was the last section there.
So now I could continue. Right now, I'm under page 20, breach and security.
Excuse me, Madam President. I've had my hand up.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you. Yes, go ahead.
This is for you, Mr. Abdulhad. Will you be doing walkthroughs in the other schools like Wilkinson and MES or ECC?
So Jamie and I are going to be doing weekly inspections with a checklist. We share those checklists with with our custodians already. So we're going to be doing those weekly to make sure those little things that we might observe as an outsider that they might not necessarily see, that could be like an easy remedy. Yes.
I'm talking about like you did the tour of the high school. Are we planning a tour through any of the other schools is my question.
We're not opposed to it. We weren't having plans. The major concern building was our high school.
Okay, thank you.
Breach in security, keep all exit doors securely closed and locked to help minimize a breach in security. Blocked egresses, keep all secondary egresses unobstructed. Electrical cords and hoses, use an UL approved electrical cord cover over an outstretched cord to help minimize slips, trips, falls. Eliminate the overuse of electrical cords, power strips, extension cords to help minimize electrical hazard and slip ups. I'm on page 22, Jamie. Electrical exposed wiring. This is similar to what was Ms. Chimblett, you got a question too?
I was just wondering if you could also say if something's been resolved or addressed or not yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Which building are you on, Mr. Abdullah? I'm sorry,
I'm at Wilkinson and I'm on page 22.
Okay.
Do you see where it says?
I'm sorry. just Crystal Whitley, just so you know, you will not be acknowledged again. This is the board presentation, so your hands up, but just so you're aware, we won't be recognizing that question. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
Jamie, on page 22, says electrical exposed wiring, electrical boxes should be closed with suitable and securely fastened in place. Various electrical control boxes, junction boxes, electrical receptacles, excuse me, were observed without covers or faceplates, similar to what was observed at the high school, just for the faceplates. That's an easy remedy. You want to take over, Jamie?
Sure. Emergency lighting and exit signs. A preventive maintenance program should be instituted to include a testing of emergency equipment, lights, and exit signs. Fire strobe lights should also be included. This is also being addressed in the July full building inspection from Conti. This is something our custodial staff can do. And today Don went around the high school and checked all the emergency lighting. If there's an issue with any, they generally put a piece of tape or some sort of marking on the bottom of it. Secure computers. The computers and carts should be secure. This was in a classroom area. There's a laptop cart. And this is something that we do plan on addressing. Cover missing on the dishwasher. The cover is missing on the dishwasher and should be replaced. This is something that I will talk with our food service director on. Ceiling tiles removed. The ceiling tiles should be replaced in the dishwashing area. This is something I will talk with our building custodian on. Stage blocking egress with storage. This was addressed earlier, but the storage on the stage is blocking the egress and should be removed. Lights on the stage are too close to the curtains. The lights on the stage are too close to the curtains. The lights should be moved to prevent a potential fire. This is something that we will address as well. Has not been addressed as of yet. Asbestos tiles, the ceiling tiles in the cafeteria are asbestos and they should be listed on the asbestos plan. I am the district's designated asbestos person and I can confirm that these are listed on our asbestos plan. Storage in the maintenance area on the asbestos covering piping. The storage on the asbestos piping in the maintenance area should be removed. The pipe covering should be listed in the plan. We have, I don't believe we have discussed this with the maintenance staff yet, but we will, and this is also listed in the maintenance plan. Electrical cords and hoses. Use a UL approved electrical cord cover over the outstretched cord to help minimize slip, trip, and falls. Eliminate the overuse of electrical cords, power strip, and extension cords to help minimize electrical hazards and slip, trip, falls. Develop procedures for proper electrical cord storage to minimize slip, trip, and falls. This is something that we will have to address. Roof leaks, ceiling tiles. The roof leaks and the ceiling tiles present a possible mold exposure. The ceiling tiles should be replaced. This is something we did address with our custodial staff. Vent discoloration, filter change. Discoloration around the vent indicated that the filters might not have been changed properly. The filters on the HVAC units should be changed and placed on the preventative maintenance schedule. This an email was sent out earlier this week to the custodial staff regarding the changing of filters, and that's being addressed. And this is something that will be included into our maintenance plan once I implement the fully implement the software from FMX, which is our facility maintenance software. Electrical panels blocked. Remove the items and materials being stored in front of the electrical panels per NFPA life safe codes. There should be a minimum of 3 feet clearance in front of and around the panels. Yellow caution lines could be painted to designate the area around the electrical panels where storage is not permitted. This was also addressed in the email I sent out after this inspection. Turn off computers. The computers in the media center are not being used. The computers should be turned off when not in use to prevent a potential for an electrical surge. In addition, the old robotics area has a number of large machines that the electrical should be turned off. This is something that we will have to address. We have not addressed it as of yet. Electrical inspection, infrared. Complete infrared testing of the district's electrical systems every 3 years. The transformer in the electrical room was hot to the touch. This is something we will have to address. It has not been addressed as of yet. Robotic program, outside vendor. The robotics program that was run by the outside vendor still has all the large, expensive computer controlled equipment. Proper itemization of the equipment should be provided at set site to ensure proper insurance coverage. Does equipment belong to the district or third-party vendor? This is something we're working on in the facility management software, FMX. Every piece of equipment in the district is uploaded to the website through a spreadsheet. And on the spreadsheet is the name, make, model, serial number of all the equipment. So the custodians have been working over the last couple of weeks to get me a spreadsheet with all of the equipment itemized on it. I have quite a few spreadsheets already. It's just very time consuming to try to sit down and get all this uploaded. So it's something I've been working on, but it is a work in progress. Electrical exposed wiring, electrical boxes should be closed by suitable covers so they can be fastened in place. Various electrical control boxes, junction boxes, and electrical receptacles were observed without covers or faceplates. Again, this is something that we're addressing as we're going to start doing walkthroughs of the buildings. Pipe extension, there are several water pipe extensions around the middle school. While these extensions help the water to drain away from the building, the piping itself represents a trip and fall hazard, especially in the winter when the area is covered in snow. The pipe extensions should be buried. This is a project we will have to look into, once we're adequately staffed and have enough inside and outside maintenance people to take care of this for us. Outside transformer. This outside transformer belongs to DTE. The poles protecting the transformer are damaged and should be repaired. This is something that we will end up reaching out to DTE on, but we haven't as of yet. Repair fence. The fence should be repaired. This is something our outside grounds guys have been working on this week. I have to follow up with them to ensure that it was completed. Electrical damage. The electrical plug outside is damaged and should be repaired. This is another item we'll have to address here soon. Light pole is tethered to a tree. If the light pole is tethered to a tree on the east side of the building, the structural integrity of the light pole should be investigated. This is also on our to-do list. And that concludes Wilkinson.
Okay.
So, Rebecca, I'm sorry. Mrs.
No, you're okay.
Bliss wants a question, please.
I was just wondering, is it normal practice to tether a light pole to a tree? Like, where would that come from?
I wasn't aware of that. It's something that I'll look into on Monday for sure.
We don't know what happened or had no idea. So.
Excuse me, Madam President.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Scott.
I just want to remind, I'm not sure who on this board actually knows, we actually had a light post fall. Cindy may remember this. We had a light post fall in Madison High School parking lot across that fell, and it fell across the parking lot. So I would think that would be something we would really want to look into right away.
Yep, I'll do that first thing Monday morning.
Thank you, Jamie.
So we're at Halfman now, which is ECC, page 35. Slip, trip, fall hazard, eliminate slip, trip, and fall exposure by repairing parking lot and sidewalks. Boiler inspection, jurisdictional inspections certificates must be obtained and posted. The boiler certificate does not expire until 10/21. Contact the certified boiler inspection company to inspect, maintain, and complete a CSD1 on your units annually. There was no current CSD1. This is an outstanding recommendation from February 9th, 2016 and January 4th, 2017 report.
Since then, Detroit Boiler was contacted and the inspections are being completed.
And Jamie, you could explain if it's been repaired, addressed, or
yep,
you looked at. Pumps not guarded. The two pumps in the boiler rooms are not adequately guarded. In addition, the one pump running was loud, indicating that the bearings might need repair.
This has not been addressed, but this is also on the list. It's something I'll have Detroit Boiler check out.
Electrical panels blocked. Remove the items of materials being stored in front of the electrical panels per NFPA life safety codes. There should be a minimum of 3 feet of clearance in front of and around the panels. Yellow caution lines could be painted to designate the area around the electrical panels where storage is not permitted.
This was addressed in the email I sent out. When we do our walkthrough, we're going to make sure that this was all taken care of.
Okay. Snow blower stored inside. The snow blower is being stored inside. Snow blower should be stored outside. Water oil leakage. The water oil leakage in the boiler room should be repaired.
Something we'll have Detroit Boiler look at when they address the pump issue.
Flammable liquid storage. Store all flammables such as paints, thinners, adhesive, aerosols inside a UL approved cabinet for storage of flammables. These cabinets are specifically designed to isolate the flammable liquids from a fire, reducing potential for their contributing to the rapid spread of fire.
This was also addressed on our site tour, actually. We talked to the custodian and we'll follow up in our building inspections on this.
Yeah. Electrical door. The electrical door does not close. The door should be kept closed at all times. Storage should be removed from the room.
We also spoke with the custodian and the principal about this, and they're in the process of locating a cabinet to put in place of the storage room.
Remove combustible from stove. There are combustibles on the stove in the kitchen. These items should be removed.
This was also addressed during our walkthrough, and we'll follow up in our follow-up walkthrough.
Slip, trip, and fall hazard. Eliminate slip, trip, and fall exposure by repairing the floor tiles. This is an outstanding recommendation from January 24, 2017 report.
This has not been addressed as of yet, but it is on our to-do list.
Univent heater, remove items. Remove items that are placed on top of or in front of the univent heaters. Items should be removed to ensure heaters function correctly.
Mr. Abdullah had, oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Chambliss had a question.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to understand when it says like it's an outstanding recommendation from like 124/17, does that mean this exact area, or they just happen to mention this like generalized topic? Like, are these things that they've been telling us about for years and we're not fixing, or is it?
This one is basically telling us in January 24th of 2017, they highlighted that concern. And when they did the second walkthrough now, that is still the same area of concern.
Okay.
Univent heaters, remove items. I think I read that one, right? Did I read the univent? Heater, remove items?
Yeah, I believe so. And that's also something we're going to be addressing in our walkthrough.
Okay. Exit signs. The exit signs are blocked by the ceiling decorations. Decorations should be removed to facilitate egress in the event of an emergency. Currently, the exit sign cannot be seen with the ceiling decorations.
That's something I addressed in my email to the staff after this walkthrough, and it's something we'll follow up on when we do our building inspections.
Okay, so you're on page 43 now, Jamie. Madison Elementary.
Second, please. Okay, boiler inspection. Jurisdictional inspection certificates must be obtained and posted. Oh, sorry. The certificate expired in 2019. This is an outstanding recommendation from the 2/10/2016 report. Contact a certified boiler inspection company to inspect, maintain, and complete CSD1 on your units annually. There was no CSD1. The boiler controls were left open. The boiler controls should be kept closed. Detroit Boiler was contacted to complete these inspections, and I can follow up with them to ensure it was done. Storage on transformer. Storage was noted on the transformer in the boiler room. Storage should be removed. This is something we'll address during our walkthrough. Automatic sprinkler piping leakage. There is a leak in automatic sprinkler piping that should be repaired. There's a significant amount of water on the floor from the sprinkler piping. This is something I need to contact Conti about, which I will also do Monday morning. Sump pump, no backup. There's no emergency backup on the sump pump in the boiler room. I don't know if this is necessarily a requirement, but it's something that we could look into price-wise to see what that would cost us. Motor on pump running loud. The motor on the pump is running loud, indicating the bearing should be replaced. I can also have Detroit Boiler inspect that as well. Computer equipment in boiler room. There's a computer equipment in the boiler room on a cardboard box. The computer should be secured on a table. This is something that I will address with our custodial staff. Door not sealed. The door in the receiving room is not sealed and is letting a significant amount of air, possibly cold, into the room. The main for the automatic sprinkler system is located in this room. This is something that I'll have to address either with our custodial staff or a third-party contractor that can seal up that door for us. Blocked automatic sprinkler system. There is storage in front of the automatic sprinkler system. Storage should be removed. The automatic sprinkler system should be kept clear at all times. As a reminder, lines should be painted on the floor to mark the area where the storage should not be. I'm not sure if this has been completed. We will address this though with our walkthrough.
Jamie, when are you guys doing a walkthrough?
We're going to begin those walkthroughs next week.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
No,
sorry.
Electrical panels blocked. Please remove items and materials being stored in front of the electrical panels per NFPA life safety codes. There should be a minimum of 3 feet clearance in front of and around the panels. Yellow caution lines could be painted to designate the area around the electrical panels where storage is not permitted. This was mentioned in the tour, I believe, but we will follow up with this as well.
Oh, Jamie, take
Yes.
a quick break. Ms. Scott, go ahead.
I don't know if it would go to Jamie or Mr. Abdulhad. Will the Board of Education get Mr. Abdulhad in your weekly update? Will you include the findings or the completions of the walkthroughs weekly?
Yeah, I could include, if the board wants, a report of our findings for informational purposes. We don't have a problem with that unless, well.
Okay, so Madam President, is that something that we would have to vote on as a board? To add that to Mr. Abdulhad's weekly update?
I don't think so. I think if it becomes a problem, we can do that, but he's in agreement. I don't know why we wouldn't, unless somebody else feels that it needs to be made. Can we,
just the only reason why I'm asking is because Mr. Abdulhad, I think was saying if the board wanted that. So I didn't want to just, it be just my idea. I didn't know if that was, it would have to be voted on.
I follow now your request. I'm fine with getting updated. Anybody else have input?
That's fine.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Seeing lots of nods. Rebecca?
Yeah, I like the idea of getting weekly updates.
Okay. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Okay. Snow blower inside. The snow blower is located in the receiving room, should be stored outside. That's something that we will address as well. Another electrical panel blocked. Remove the items, materials stored in front per NFPA life safety, or should not be stored in front, I'm sorry, per NFPA life safety codes. There should be a minimum of 3 feet of clearance in front of and around the panels. Yellow caution lines could be painted to designate the area around the panels where storage is not permitted. In addition, the storage on the transformer should be removed. Storage was removed during the visit. So this has been addressed. Kitchen extinguishing system. The automatic extinguishing system protecting the cooking surfaces and exhaust duct should be serviced and tagged on a semi-annual basis by a qualified outside contractor. To ensure reliable operation, the last test was completed in July of 2020. This is another item being serviced in our July Conti service plan. Automatic sprinkler head clearance. Storage should be a minimum of 18 inches from any automatic sprinkler head. Limit storage on top shelves to reduce slip and fall exposures. Doesn't really make sense, but blocking these automatic sprinkler heads could result in decreased flow of water in case of a fire. The storage room in the art room is packed with storage and could overburden the automatic sprinkler head in the storage room. So that's something that we'll work with the administration and the custodians on. Fire doors blocked open. The fire doors are blocked open because the automatic fire system closure is damaged. The fire system closure should be repaired and the door should not be blocked open. We have contacted a company to come out and repair these doors, and I believe it was completed or will be completed soon, but we can provide you with an update on that. Exit signs, replace burned out exit signs to ensure adequate egress. This is something we'll follow through with when we do our walkthrough. String to string lights, remove string to string lights that are coming into contact with lighting fixtures, combustible materials, and furniture. This can expose the district to fires, burns, or various injuries. And I have worked with the building principal and teachers on this issue. Breach in security, keep all exit doors securely closed and locked to help minimize breach in security. That's something we will
Jamie,
Jamie,
I
I
have a question with that one.
Yes.
Sorry. I see in here, it's a picture of the window that's open.
Yeah.
I thought that was a requirement with COVID to have.
I think it just means like at the end of the day, they want all the windows closed and locked. I think that's
Okay.
what it's referring to. Cement sill damage. The cement window sill is damaged and should be repaired. We have to try to find a contractor to take care of that for us. Door sill damage. The door sill is damaged and should be repaired. We also need a contractor to address that. Car parked on sidewalk. Car should not be parked on the sidewalk, as sidewalks can't hold the weight of the car. Car could damage the sidewalk. Cars should be parked in designated parking spaces. That's something that we'll address with administration. Lack of cameras on rear of building. There are no cameras on the rear of the building. Consideration should be given to adding cameras to the rear of the building. And I spoke about Tyco earlier. I contacted our rep and we are adding a camera at the corner in the back of the building, and it's a 4-way camera, so it's able to cover the entire area in the back of the building, and that should be installed in the coming weeks. And that's the end of MES.
All right, I'll pick up with the administration building. Electrical exposed wiring, electrical boxes should be closed by suitable covers and securely fastened in place. Various electrical control boxes, junction boxes, and electrical receptacles were observed without covers or faceplates. This is in the basement of the administration building.
It has not been addressed as of yet, but it's on our list.
Storage on flood. There's storage on the floor of the basement. All storage should be off the floor to prevent damage in the event of water on the floor.
This is something we're looking to move all these boxes over to a storage area at the high school. We just haven't, our grounds guys have been super busy with a bunch of events and haven't had the time to get over and move these out yet.
And board, we have to prioritize. We are extremely lean, so we have to also prioritize the needs. So some things do have to wait. Boiler inspections. Jurisdictional inspection certificates must be obtained and posted. The boiler certificate expired in 2019. Contact the certified boiler inspector to inspect and maintain and complete a CSD1 on your units annually. Backup.
That was scheduled through Detroit Boiler, and they're making their rounds to the different buildings.
Backup sump pump. Backup sump pump should be obtained. Running maintenance should be provided.
Pretty sure there is a backup sump pump in there. So I'll have to check with them and see why they marked that, because I'm pretty sure I had Jim Peterson Plumbing come out and fix a city violation on that backup sump pump.
Damper in the basement does not close. The damper in the basement for the boiler is open all the time. The damper should be equipped with a means to close to prevent freezing.
That also has not been addressed as of yet, but we'll get to it.
Pipe leaking. The piping on this equipment is leaking. The leak should be repaired.
When they come to do our inspection, I'm gonna ask them to check that out and see what we have to do to get that repaired.
Rusted piping. The rusted piping should be replaced.
With that as well.
Hasn't been done. The electrical exposed wiring. Electrical boxes should be closed by suitable covers and securely fastened in place. Various electrical control boxes, junction boxes, and electrical receptacles were observed without covers.
Yeah, we have to address that as well.
Fire extinguishers. All fire extinguishers should be serviced on an annual basis by a qualified fire extinguisher service company. A durable tag should be affixed to the fire extinguisher indicating the date of service and identify the company performing service. This will help assure that fire extinguishers will function properly. The fire extinguisher in the basement was last serviced in 2018.
When Conti did our fire extinguisher service in August or September, I think they just missed this one in the basement, but I did notify them, and it's something that they will be replacing in July when they do their walkthrough.
Data feed wire against metal. The data feed wiring against the metal. This could potentially cause the data feed to be damaged. The metal against the data feed wiring should be removed. We
This
will
is something, it has not been,
address that.
yeah, we'll put in a ticket with Oakland Schools to address that.
Electrical cords and hoses. Use UL approved electrical cord covers over the outreach cord to help minimize slips, trips, falls. Eliminate the overuse of electrical cords, power strips, extension cords to help minimize electrical hazard and slip, trip, and falls.
We just plug that directly into the wall now. There's no power strip.
Slip, trip, and fall hazard. Eliminate slip, trip, and fall exposure by repairing the sidewalk.
We'll have to get quotes to do that. We haven't addressed that as of yet.
Electrical exposed wiring. Electrical boxes should be closed by suitable covers and securely fastened in place. Various electrical control boxes, junction boxes, electrical receptacles, receptacles were observed without covers on faceplates.
We'll have a company come and look at that as well to put those wires and conduits.
Light pole damage. The light pole has been removed. Additional fixtures and the cement should be removed. We have to get someone out to do that. Electrical inspection infrared. Complete infrared testing of a district electrical system every 3 years. This applies to all district buildings. We have to do that. Employee training, complete required training for employees to be compliant with MIOSHA state and or local requirements. This applies to all employees. Extended.
Our employees use the SETSEG Safe Schools platform, and all of our employees are trained on state and local requirements, but I will double check and make sure that all the MIOSHA requirements are added to their annual training.
Extended break facility inspection, complete daily facility inspection during extended breaks. Facility use agreement, collect a facility use agreement from any outside entity using district building or grounds. We already have that in place. Freeze loss prevention, frozen pipes. Implement a routine cold weather inspection and maintain in the following areas for possible leaking or frozen pipes. New or existing non-heated areas such as foyers, small rooms, storage areas, closets, boiler rooms where return air ducts are open to the element. Areas where drop ceilings could obstruct heat from reaching sprinkler piping. We got to get more information on these. They didn't provide pictures for us. That's why you see these are blank. Refrigeration units, GFCI install surge protection on refrigerating units. This is an outstanding recommendation from November 30th, 2020. Roof inspection, complete routine roof inspection and or contract with a roofing contractor as part of preventive maintenance. This is an outstanding recommendation from November 30th, 2020.
We are working with JD Chandler, and this is something that we do plan on doing with them, is having annual roof inspections with one of their reps.
roofing maintenance, inclement weather, develop, implement procedures for removing snow and ice from roofs. This is an outstanding recommendation from November 30th, 2020.
Something we'll work with the roofing contractor on as well to get the recommendations they may have.
Surge protection with lighting arrestor. Contract with a licensed electrician to install lighting arresters and proper grounding to help minimize power surges.
We can discuss that with the electrician that we use.
Surge protection with lighting arresters. I just read that one, right? Electrical backup generator. Consider installing backup generators for critical equipment. This is an outstanding recommendation of 2020. So that was the whole district. SETSEG risk assessment, facilities assessment. Any questions? Would you like us to proceed? And what would you like us to share with you next? Some PFM stuff or the draft of that you want to mark up for needs or the good news about the millage and stuff. So how would you like me to go first, Madam President?
I don't have a preference. Does anybody here have certain desire as to how we proceed?
Madam President?
Mr. Holcomb.
Yeah, Angel, why don't you start off with the millage that dropped off and explain
Okay.
that to everybody?
All right, and I also invited RJ here from PFM. So speaking with Robert from PFM, he did tell me with around 3.96 mils have dropped for this school year for taxpayers, 3.96. So we were currently levying 7.76. If you recall that number, 7.76. So that has since dropped. And now we are levying 3.85. That is all we're levying. And that is, I also asked Robert to run comparisons of how that looks against other counties. And currently we're the ninth lowest. So we asked Robert, what would a bond look like with a no mill increase, keeping everything at 3.85? And Robert, are you here without going over entirely over your presentation, or unless you want him to go over his presentation? I could kind of talk about it. Is he?
Good evening, I am here.
Okay. So Robert, without going all presentation about sinking fund and all the other stuff, can you summarize to the board, keeping, and it's, again, it's 3.86, I apologize.
Yes.
Keeping the mill the same, 3.86 for the taxpayers. What is allowable for the board to present to the taxpayers?
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for having me present this evening. Just to recap, the debt levy in 2020 was 7.76, and the debt levy for 2021 will be 3.86, and that is a decrease of 3.9 mils, and that's significant. And that is because the district is about to make their final repayment on the school bond loan fund loan, the loan that the district has with the state. And what's more is the debt levy for your existing debt is projected to decrease by an additional 1.8 mils with the 2022 levy. And that's a projection because it depends on what the 2022 taxable value will be. And now it is possible that of the estimated 1.8 mils that could fall off with the 2022 levy, that the district could have a no mill increase bond issue, replacing the 1.8 mils falling off next year with 1.8 mils for our new bond. And the bonding capacity is estimated to be 11.9 million. So that's $100,000 more than the August bond proposal that was being considered. And what has changed is that now we have, like very recently, we have the 2021 taxable value. So before a few weeks ago, we were only estimating what that 2021 taxable value is. Well, now we have it. And the 2021 taxable value represents an annual change of over 6%. And that's significant. In fact, that makes it 3 years in a row that your district has had a growth of over 6%. Getting back to the bonding capacity. So the estimated bonding capacity at a no mill increase with the November election is 11.9 million, of which some would be used, some of the proceeds would be used for issuance costs, and some would be used for part of the first bond payment. That's called capitalized interest. The estimated amount that could be used for the projects is 11,574,000. Now that's with a bond term of 25 years. The bonding capacity could be a little bit more, could be more with the bond term longer than 25 years. So how this would look on a ballot is the ballot will be phrased in the form of a question. Shall Madison School District issue a bond not to exceed 11.9 million for the purpose of, and then there'll be an indented paragraph describing what the proceeds will be used for, and your bond counsel will help craft that paragraph. And then there's a section called for informational purposes only. And that will refer to the estimated millage in the first year for the new bonds. And in this example, that 1.8 mils would be the estimated millage in the first year for the new bonds. And since it is a no mill increase from the 2021 levy, bond counsel will insert the phrase for a no mill increase from the prior year levy. And so that assumes that this 1.8 mils for this new bond is replacing 1.8 mils falling off the existing debt in 2022. The ballot would also refer to the average millage over the bond term, which is estimated to be 2.32 mils, and the not to exceed bond term of 25 years. So,
so RJ, just again, that's the cap, that's the most, but as we go through the needs, right, and the board decides what they want, you will adapt your numbers based on what they want, so you could give them new projections, correct?
That is correct. And it's possible we may go up a little higher in the bond amount and still have a no mill increase if we have a longer bond term. But if the bond issue gets too large, then it may be a millage increase.
Right. So, would you like me to show you some of our needs, or would you like RJ to proceed to talk a little bit about? Do you have any questions for RJ? Would you like me to proceed with a draft that you want to mock up so we could look at our needs and decide what we'd like to do? What would you like to do?
I think we should talk about needs, maybe.
Yeah, I have heard everything I need from RJ. And I know we won't be voting tonight. This is a presentation, so we definitely need to continue. There's been a lot of information here today.
We were prepared to draft it and mock up as you guys discuss, but you are running out of time.
But Mr. Abdullah, this is kind of the problem we had the first time through. You said it's a presentation and now you're pushing for a vote.
No.
You asked for a presentation, so can we please do that so we can all absorb this? Because we want to be fully informed and we want to spend our money in the ways that obviously we feel have the most need. This is very different than spending $12 million on only the high school. So
let me share that, and then we could see how we'd like to proceed. I don't think you guys could see this, right?
A little bit big.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. Let me stop sharing.
yes, and I'm just trying to read it. Which one is it?
All right, I got it. Can you? Can you see this?
Does it have a specific page number that you're reading off of, Mr. Abdullah?
It's the second to the last one.
Thank you.
So we have placed before you, this is a draft that you could mock up so we could, attempt to go for a PQ later on. Again, time is of the essence, but we want to just discuss the needs here. To replace the roof at the high school, it's 2.263 million. To replace the roof of Madison Early Childhood, 755,000. To replace the roof of Wilkinson Middle School, 1.3 million. It's about $1 million. New HVAC systems, replacing boilers, pumps, valves, piping, unit ventilators, and add AC, add energy management controls and rooftop units, 2.857 million. And 3,000. And lighting replacement to go completely to LED, which over time will have a significant savings, would be 880,000. We removed instructional technology. We could get that over time. There's always grants. There's always additional funding that we could get to invest in whiteboards, Chromebooks, computers, and we've invested already a lot in Chromebooks. So we removed that because we could acquire that over time. Loose furniture.
Mr. Abdullah,
Yes.
it's Gloria Thompson.
Yes.
The whiteboards, Chromebooks, computers, things like that, can we use ESSER money for that?
You can, but we could also do grant money. So, there's specific grant money for technology. There's a new E-rate grant that's coming up that we're going to be applying for. There's different opportunities.
Okay.
But absolutely ESSER money if you want to use ESSER money. Loose furnishings, equipment, desk chairs, file cabinets. We removed the computer, not the computer lab, the robotics lab from the original presentation. Building security systems, we could use ESSER monies for that. There's no buses. So all in all, you have 11.105 million. Again, because you got architectural fees, construction fees, and construction contingency of 3%. They guarantee the work, whether they have to pay more or not, they stick to these numbers. So this is the application. Once you mark up, if you say, take this or edit this, Michael's here too. And this is the one that we could modify After you modify it, then you give us the green light. Then that'll be the same application that we submit, and then I meet with the treasury like I did before. So any questions, anything that you don't like, feedback, questions?
Mr. Abdullah.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is like we could take off the roof for the early childhood to 755 and pay for that with the Edison building.
Yeah, if that's what we want, which I recommend, because we're very close on finalizing. They're just doing their due diligence. We've signed off. They're wiring us our money, the initial deposit. So we're selling the Addison building, which is the keys for 1.3. 200,000 is going back because it was bond money that was assigned to Edison, and there's no proof that it was ever used in that manner. So with bond money, you have to use it exactly how you say. And if you don't have proof, they want it back. So they're going to take $200,000 back, or approximately 200,000, because you have no evidence that that's how it was utilized. So say we net about 1.1 million. That will easily cover, and we're gonna set that money aside specifically for the infrastructure. We're not gonna touch it. We're not gonna put it in anything else. We're not gonna utilize it anyway. So you technically could do the following. You could say, Mr. Abdullah, we could remove Wilkinson. Would you have 200,000 to cover and use the rest of the money? We could do that. Or you could say, Mr. Abdullah, can you move early childhood 800,000 and do that? We absolutely could. So as you're talking, we could delete. And then Michael's here taking notes, and then he'll be modifying things. And as you're modifying things, RJ will be modifying things, because as this bottom number changes, RJ's numbers will change. Okay. So this is the time where we have discussion, dialogue, questions. This is our opportunity here.
Madam President, may I speak?
Sure, Mr. Scott, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Abdullah, forgive me, but I'm just going to use the high school and watching videos and seeing pictures and everything. The problem I have with a list like this is to me right now, it seems like the high school is the most important school. I mean, only because I've seen recent pictures. I don't know what it's like over at Wilkinson Middle School or MES or ECC. And if we don't have a list that what is most important that needs to be done, I mean, I know it all has to be done, but how can we pick and choose if we really don't know what is the most important thing that needs to be done? If we're trying to cut money, I would think we would have a list of what is the most important.
So we've done the 2 facility studies. You know, your number one is and your high school is your biggest area of concern. Absolutely 100%. It is your biggest area. But exclusions, they wanted to exclude every roof except for Madison Elementary from your insurance. So that's why we added it, because one way or another, you have to address all the roofs in the district. Mm-hmm. Boilers. So all of these, Ms. Scott, are all critical.
Everything on this page is critical.
Absolutely. Now, what I'm sharing with the board is that we do have an influx of 1.1 million that's coming our way from the sale of Edison. The board could designate that as, Mr. Abdullah, can you take this, remove this roof, and do that? We're still dealing with it either way, but I was just sharing that you do have 1.1 million netting that's coming your way that you could designate as one of these items to address.
Madam President.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, so the $1.1 million out of Edison, you could do the early childhood and something else for like the footing and foundation work, 257,000 for the element, or for the high. No, is this the high? Yeah, no, this is the yeah, that is the high school.
Yes.
So you could, Mr. Holcomb, the foundation and stuff of all your parking lots, you could designate that money for that stuff. You could designate it for, I would say, because the 1.1 is so much closer to Wilkinson, I would say designate that, and we would pull from the general fund or from ESSER money, some, I don't know if I want to speak for ESSER. I have to get clarity on roof replacement on ESSER, but we could pull from our general fund the remaining 200,000, and then you could technically knock off 1.3 million from this number.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Scott.
Okay, so Mr. Abdulhad, let's just say that we say the 1 million from the Edison, we're gonna shift that over to Wilkinson. That is for sure money that we know is coming in.
Yes.
Let's say the bond doesn't pass.
Yeah.
Can that 1.1 million now be switched away from Wilkinson to be put in the most important?
Yeah, so the board, we could designate it, and we don't have to start the repair until November, once the board finds out what the will of the taxpayer is. So we could designate it, but then hold off on it until November. And if a bond passes, then proceed as usual. If a bond does not pass, then you're gonna have to put all that money in the high school roof.
Yes.
So why wouldn't we take the 1.1 million and put it in the, like, over the band, that section of the band? I don't know exactly, because the numbers, I don't know what the numbers are to replace that one section. Why wouldn't we start with that one section, since it's for sure money and we have it?
You can start in that section, but if say you start in that section and you do it, and then say you decide to go for a bond and it passes, now you're gonna have to add duct, and because you're adding HVAC, right? So right now they're being heated with boilers, right? Steam boilers. So you're doing the work that you might have to tear up and redo again, and then you would be wasting that money. Does that make sense?
Sort of, yes. 1.1 million, I would hate to sit on that until November and have more damage done than what's already being done now, is what I'm trying to get to.
Right. By the time you get the due diligence done and clear the money with the underwriters, it's going to be September before you actually see the 1.1 million in your bank account. So you're talking really 2 months.
Just so everybody knows, I can't see anybody's hand. So if you have a question, go ahead and ask.
What is the time frame looking like, Mr. Abdulahad, where we would need to make a decision?
So we have to I have to get a date with the Treasury, so I could go back and do the whole PQ. So if you give me we would have to have another meeting. If you need time, we would have to have another special meeting rather quickly, once you digest this information, to give us the green light. Again, this is draft. You give us the green light, and then we would proceed to meet with the Treasury Department. And then we would have to come back to the board on July 6th. So then you could go back and approve the actual final PQ. So we're seeking approval for a draft, get that, then we meet with the Treasury, and then we come back to the board, we present the report from the board like we did before, and then you vote one more time in July. Once you vote one more time in July, then you'll have, another month or so where the board meets again. I think then you would have to meet 2 more times, and then your final meeting is to call for the election. So you would have between you know, what are we? We're in June 11th. You know, you have 2 months to do some stuff. July 6th would be a hard deadline on some information for you to decide. July 6th.
Chair, since we're not taking a break, I'm gonna turn my camera off for just a minute and step away, but I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. That's what I just did. Thank you. Okay,
And then the treasury is very booked up. So we got an appointment ahead of time in the hopes that trying to secure a spot just in case you give us the green light.
Mr. Doolahad, what is that date that you've secured?
Let me just check. Hang on one second.
people.
Just hit that little button in the bottom. And you can get the people across the bottom of the thing.
More than 4?
No, 4, but you can still scroll it and see everybody. Not like this.
Okay.
Well, this page is all the things that are biggest needs,
Yes.
correct?
But
To satisfy set say, basically.
Yes. Well, I still think take 755, 335 off here and pay with the 1.1 mil from Edison, we could pay that and the footing and foundation work.
And Jamie and Mr. Abdullah had the footing and foundation does not include the parking lots. Right?
No. You talking about which one? Where do you see footing and
Site work, footing and
Under
foundation.
site work, because that's $250,000. That's
No,
not
you're
parking
not
lot.
doing any work. That's not being placed before you.
I
But if it
am
was, but if
If
it
we
was-
added that in with the 755, 335 for
that
early childhood.
No, I
we
believe
have
that
an-
footing and foundation was for the auxiliary gym. So I don't,
We don't need that then.
okay.
okay.
Michael could answer that. If Mary, if you could unmute Michael and RJ.
Mr. Abdullah, while we're waiting for them, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, Madam President, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Abdullah, everything on this list that you're sharing with us, if all those repairs are done, will that satisfy SETSEC?
There's some other little things, but those we could handle on our own. Those are normal operational things that we could handle. But this would absolutely put us in compliance to remove the exclusions from our premium policy.
Okay, and what, okay, so let's say we're gonna complete this, the bond went through, what kind of date are we looking at the completion? Is that something that people that are,
Yeah, I think Michael could address when does the work start and things like that. And if I misspoke, Michael, you could correct me as well.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you. And to answer a couple questions that were asked before, the site work this form that you're looking at is the form we have to get to the state of Michigan. So that site work was for the previous thought of the gymnasium. So you don't have any critical need for site work at the high school building. I mean, on the good news, at least the framework of the building outside of the roof is fairly solid. And then, yeah, in taking notes, it's been a long night, but Angel gave me the SETSEG report and we had already talked about, you could tell we were planning on ceiling tiles, things like that before, new electrical upgrades to take care of I think all the critical items. I'll double check it with over the weekend here, and I'll get with you, Angel, on Monday, but I'm about 95% confident that we're addressing all the major critical issues for SETSEG. And then as far as a construction schedule would go, if the bond was approved on November 3rd, RJ could answer this better, but it normally takes about 2 to 3 months to get the financing set. We would mobilize immediately. So we would plan to start mobilizing in January. We would do our design, however, starting, finalize our design, subcontractor bid packages, all that, there's a lot of work that goes into that so that we were ready for construction as soon as March. And most of this we would have to do during the summer. And the goal would be to have it completed by the start of school of September 2022.
So who's gonna be if this all went through, who's gonna be the construction manager?
That would be us. Yep.
So Angel did all of the interviewing as far as companies and stuff.
Yeah, and we even talked to Angel, if you guys wanted to, we could, set him up and have, they do bids for CMs, but we're a service, so you're allowed to select a CM and an architect, and obviously that's why we've been working with you all for, so long. You interview a couple people and then we do facility studies, etc. But I did talk to Angel that if that was something he felt he required later, I've had other schools do bids for CM architect teams.
And I found the date that we kind of secured for ourselves, June 21st, 10 a.m.
For the preliminary.
Yep.
Okay.
I would need to meet with the board either today. If you just informational, you want to absorb everything, we would do another meeting, and then you give me the authorization to go before the Treasury Department.
Right.
Excuse me, Mr. Abdullah, is there a cost? Remind me again, is there a cost to go in front of the Treasury Board?
I don't think
No.
it's a cost, no.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
It does take, last time I spent about 3.5 hours with them because they do grill us and ask us a lot of questions, so.
Okay, so this is a question for the board, if I may, Madam President.
Sure.
What would be the harm in giving Mr. Abdullah permission to go ahead and have the meeting on June 21st? Is there any reason why we couldn't give permission tonight? I'm not understanding. So
Can I answer? I guess my concern would be, first, we've had a lot to absorb. Secondly, and everybody else, please have their say. A lot of the things, and this is obviously infrastructure that needs to be done. It doesn't address a lot of the stuff we were just beat over the head with at the high school. So
I would say this addresses all the things that were beat up on at the high school. I believe this addresses all the things.
All the mold and all that leaky pipes and all that other stuff that.
I mean, they're doing.
But there's not mold.
But what and correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, here, new ceiling tiles, new paint, new masonry repair, all electrical upgrades, because we got beat up on electrical conduits, all new electrical heating and cooling, which would help with moisture, the security entrance, the lighting. Is there something that we got beaten up on that we're not addressing?
No, Andrew, and we include in there those valves. You and I had talked about that a long time ago. The main water valve. Yeah, we're not addressing anything with the fire sprinkler system, but it sounds like you've already fixed that. So, but this would take care of, and obviously, we're also, with the addition of adding air conditioning into the learning spaces. And you guys don't currently have a forced air system, which, is how you turn over fresh air. So yeah, a lot of the things you all discussed, just so you know, one of the reasons Angel chose my company too, is we designed to a Harvard study for an indoor air quality environment for the optimal learning environment, which is more strict requirements than the ASHRAE. So ASHRAE, is the industry standard for mechanical systems. So yeah, you will have all fresh air in there. We'll actually have a bipolar ionization system on here that will dramatically reduce dust, dander, allergens, and it is said to have some impact on things like COVID, but by no means does it cure it. So it's the ideal learning environment is what we shot for here with this the entire time when we were designing this mechanical system. The addition of the Madison and Wilkerson roofs, as you guys know, roofs are pretty expensive. And when a roof reaches a certain age and it has so many layers on it, you can't by code repair it anymore. So it has to be stripped down to the decking. And we included allowances in there for any rusted decking that we encounter so that we can replace that. So at the end of the day, these buildings should be buttoned up tight, have the proper fresh air mixtures, proper control systems. And additionally, since we're doing so much HVAC modifications, we'll be in the ceilings a lot. You know what I mean? So those ceiling tiles you have aren't ideal. They're an older ceiling tile that's pretty heavy. And, you may have water damage on some of those tiles without even knowing it. You guys all know water likes to, come out 50 or 30 feet from wherever it's leaking. I mean, that's one of the things that drives you crazy with a roof. So just replacing all the ceiling tiles in general, I think will be a good practice, but it'll also brighten up the rooms and the learning environment. So we'll be making some pretty good modifications to the rooms that will just help with the overall aesthetic and then the learning environment. And since we're upgrading the electrical for the new HVAC system, if you recall before we showed you a picture, you just don't have enough outlets in the room. And I mean, that's common as buildings have aged. I mean, we live in a digital world, so you just need more electrical service to classrooms in today's world. And we'll be adding that in too. So as Angel was going through the set seg report, I was checking off everything that I was making sure that we were covering at the high school. And like I said, it was everything except for essentially the sprinkler system and just some of those small things like doors and things like that we weren't addressing.
Okay, and no cement.
Yep,
Go
no
ahead.
cement. Yep,
Go ahead,
thank
Deb.
you.
That's what I was meaning to say. A lot of them were complaining about air quality and asthma and all that stuff but that's already in this package. So
Yeah. This will
Okay.
be, this will be the cleanest air you will breathe.
Okay.
These bipolar ionization systems are like almost specified as an ESSER expenditure. And it's, a lot of schools are doing mechanical, and I should add that in, right now, demand and pricing is crazy in our industry, and it's just going to get worse next year. I'm dealing with a lot of schools that are doing $30 million in just unit vents with this bipolar system so that they filter their air properly. I mean, there's a lot of demand for mechanical systems. So the good news is if you do have a November 3rd election, like I said, we would get to work on November 4th, even prior to the funding, just so that we could start locking in, labor and equipment. Because I honestly believe by this time next year, you won't be able to buy a lot of mechanical equipment in this country. It'll be sold out. I mean, we're right now living in a world where we can't buy structural steel, and we can't currently get roof decking. We're being told March for structural steel, and we're hoping December for roof decking.
Crystal, did you have your hand up?
Yes, but Mr. Holcomb was first. He can go in case he asks the same question.
The gentleman that walked us around the custodian, by the main door there, he pointed out something to do with the fire. And that's all taken care of, Angel? He said that needed to be updated?
Michael, he was talking about the fire alarm that's at the entryway.
Okay, so just for the entry, Angel?
Yeah,
There's a panel there.
Yeah, the fire alarm panel.
The panel needs to be upgraded?
Yeah.
Okay, we have that in our report. And when you guys were talking about the system earlier, so the fire alarm panel is about $75,000. So if you did take out Madison early childhood, I would just put in 75,000 for fire upgrades. I mean, maybe 100 to be safe. And we could come back in and sweep in behind what you're doing right now. As a matter of fact, you know what I mean, Angel? I'd have my engineers go ahead and coordinate with what you're doing right now. And we can make sure that if there's anything additional, we'll pick it up with the possible bond. It does sound like from RJ that like the numbers are extremely favorable. So that's good.
What are you saying, RJ? Did you have your hand? Oh,
Yes, I did. I'd like to add a few things. They're more favorable now than they were with the last preliminary qualification application from a few months ago, because now we have the new taxable value.
Yeah.
In fact, now it's looking like one series of bonds instead of two series of bonds. Before I forget though, I'd like to answer a few questions. And with the November vote, it's expected that the bond proceeds would be available in February, possibly beginning of February.
Okay, good.
And there is a fee that Treasury charges for qualifying, but it's only paid when bonds are delivered. So if it's a failed election, then there wouldn't be a fee. And when bonds are delivered, then Department of Treasury has a fee from bond proceeds. And it's for $11.9 million bond amount, that fee would be $6,200. I'd also like to add that currently the current estimate for a no mill increase with the 25-year bond term is 11.9 million, and the estimated amount that would be available for projects is 11,574,000. If it were just shy of that number, it would still be a 25-year bond term. But if it were, depending on how much less, maybe we could shorten the bond term and still call it a no mill increase. And if the needs are higher than 11,574,000, we still might be able to make it a no mill increase and just lengthen the bond term.
Yes, Crystal.
Okay, I'm just throwing this out there to see what everybody's thoughts are. If these are all critical needs that need to be done now, I don't really see how trimming anything from this would be beneficial. Is there a way with that? I know we had talked about possibly taking one of the roofs off and using the sale from Edison. Could we possibly use that sale from Edison to, I know they said that the fire update was only 7,500 for that panel, but did that include the whole building? Or should we use that to fix the
75,000.
fire
1,000.
there? And then
75,000.
have where you guys are setting up, it seems to be a pretty good system to where we're not in this situation 10, 15, 20 years from now. Have that for when repairs come up that we need to fix, to where we're not scrambling trying to come up with money to fix something that has got broken.
I could be happy to get a quote on just that system, on just updating that panel, because the panel might not be completely broken. It might just need to, it might have a system error. And so I don't believe that it would cost $75,000. There's no way I could believe that it would be that much for it to have it serviced. But Jamie, if you're on there, let's get a quote on what that would cost to get a service. I don't believe.
Yeah, and Angel Conti should be able to get you that.
Yeah,
like within a day.
Yeah, I don't believe it would be that high at all.
Yeah, I was talking about replacing the whole thing. You know what I mean? We don't look at things as repairs.
Yeah.
And Monday we meet.
No,
What is our Monday meeting for?
Monday was changed to the 21st.
Monday was your meeting with the budget.
Okay, so, okay, couple things. Sorry, Madam President. Did that actually get changed? Because I didn't get notification, Mr. Abdullah, as I told you, I was not available that date. Did it
No.
officially get changed to the 21st?
I didn't think so. I still have it on my calendar, so.
So do I. So I'm
Yeah.
unaware if that was changed. I was not notified.
I think I was soliciting emails, and I don't think I got a response from everyone. I think I got a response from 1, 2, 3, 4 people. 3. Yep, I got one from Gloria. Gloria, you responded, right? And Debbie
Yes.
and Beth responded. And
No. Oh, about with a no, right?
Beth said no about the 21st.
Right.
It doesn't have to be the 21st, but Edwina needs more time to provide you the final budget along with presenting you the new budget. It doesn't have, it could be the 22nd, could be the, doesn't have to be the 21st.
Yeah, here's my problem yet again, is I asked for the agenda and any motions that were gonna be made. And we're given an agenda with a presentation and no motions attached.
Because we're,
And I have been over that and over that and over that. And I think as far as being transparent, if we're gonna vote on something, we need to have it on the agenda.
I understand, but the rationale for not having a motion is because we are discussing a draft, marking up, and if you are ready, then you could make that. But if you're not ready, there's no reason for us to put pressure on you to make a motion. That's why we didn't put a motion. I saw your request on a motion, but it was literally a discussion and sharing.
Okay.
And if you're
And
ready.
that's where I think, you know, my opinion is, I think that's where we need to leave that till the next meeting. But that's my own personal opinion. Everybody else, whatever the board wants to do.
Would you like to see it again, the thing to see what questions you have? Anything that you want me to scratch? Anything?
I'm really, honestly, I'm inundated and I just need my, I thought I would have time to absorb all of this. So whatever the wish of the board is, I
We don't have to do anything. We could do another day, Ms. Holder. If you want time to process everything and call for another meeting.
I personally, I have always said, you know, we know there are needs. Going into the first presentation with the vote blindly didn't sit well with me, and I was clear about that. This is better. It addresses needs in all the buildings, not just one. But that's my own personal thought. Anybody else have an idea of what they want to do? Debbie, I'm trying to find, I have Mr. Abdullah.
Mr. Abdullah, do we know when Edison is going to finally close?
So we signed the paperwork. They're wiring the money on Monday for the deductible. And
Okay.
they have up to 90 days with underwriter for due diligence, inspections, and all that stuff. They could not do any of that until we finalize. We had 3 legal teams working on it, 2 from our end, 1 from their end. We just signed this week. They're wiring the money for the deposit. It could go anywhere from 30 days to 90 days, at most 90 days, but it's done deal. They just have to do their inspections.
And you said that we're gonna probably clear 1.1 mil?
Yeah, because we have to give bond money back.
Right.
And you have an appointment for June 21st for a preliminary, correct? Where we would have to.
We had to secure a date, otherwise you'd be done. You wouldn't get it. So we had to anticipate a date that we could secure. And that's the closest date or the furthest date away that we could secure.
Excuse me, Superintendent Abdullah, we do have a Tuesday meeting on the 15th, special meeting.
Oh, that's.
Could we possibly wait just so that Ms. Holder feels more comfortable processing things and everybody else can kind of gather our thoughts? And even call for, I know we have a special meeting then, but even call for one even an hour early on that day, just to kind of discuss and then take action then. That way nobody feels pressured right now to do
Or
that,
do
but
it
that we're not
before.
pushing it out too far. Yeah, that's what I said. If we do it at like 6 o'clock.
Yeah, well, I
We
mean,
all have
even
the
at 7, we could do it at 7 and then continue. Isn't the rest of our meeting mediation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why we don't have any action, because we didn't know where you wanted to go. But
Understand.
to prepare for the 15th, do you have any questions for us that we could clarify with what we presented you as what we thought was infrastructure? Any questions? Like to see it again? Questions?
Madam,
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to get a feel what everyone else is thinking about taking the 1.1 from Edison and doing the roof at the early childhood and taking that amount off this amount. Or do we want to leave it on? What's the wish of the rest of the board?
The one thing that I can add is, because I've been through this bond process before, if you say it, we got to do it.
Okay.
So we don't have that option. So whatever we decide we want to do is, we just need to be prepared to go ahead with. So, Ms. Chambliss, you had a question. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that I think that we should leave the roofs on the bond. And then when the Edison sale money comes through, we know we have other expenses that are coming, like it doesn't cover the doors and it doesn't cover the fire panel and it doesn't cover, I think he said, so I wrote on my next page, but there was a couple of things that we had talked about and we might want that it doesn't cover in the bond. So we could use that money to cover those things. I don't think pulling $755,000 out is going to make a big enough impact into the bond, but yet having that 800,000 in our bank account for doors, cement, whatever we choose to do, fire panels, I think that does make a bigger impact. So I would leave the roofs in the bond and keep the Edison money to use for things that the bond is not covering, or, God forbid something pops up, it's a little bit of a cushion.
Or we could do a little less of a bond with the sinking fund, so we would have money coming in every year for the problems that arise from that point on. There are other options. This was what we were given. We haven't really even looked at that other option.
We have the sinking fund presentation, if you want to see that as well.
That's tonight.
If you would like to see it, on the 15th, again, I'm just your advisor. Sinking fund right now to deal with all your infrastructure, you won't have it. You won't have it's nice to have once you're stable. A sinking fund is absolutely nice to have when you're stable because you have a nice flow. But correct me if I'm wrong, RJ, a sinking fund would be a mill increase. You cannot go to the taxpayers and say it's a no mill increase, correct?
Not if we were going with this full bond. If it was less,
even if
it wouldn't be.
RJ?
I could comment. So there's 1.8 mills falling off, projected to fall off from the debt levy with the 2022 levy. The district could, instead of having a bond proposal, have maybe a 1.8 mil sinking fund. And then, even though the nature of the ballot won't refer to it as a no mill increase in the ballot itself, your information to the public could make it known that the 1.8 mil sinking fund replaces 1.8 mils falling off the debt levy to make it a net no mill increase from the combined sinking fund and debt levy.
But
however, a 1.8 mil sinking fund is projected to bring in $476,000 in the first year and $2.5 million over 5 years, and maybe 5.3 million over 10 years if you went as long as 10 years.
Right,
but
right.
fund
But
receipts
that
are
would be
received over
money,
time.
right? That would be money that would be available as repairs came up. Where right now with the bond, it's that money is designated, and when repairs come up later, there is not that influx of money for repairs. That was my whole point.
Madam President,
Sure.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
make a statement? Okay, I don't know if anybody else is understanding this, but I'm understanding this list that was provided to us is the items that are necessary to be done in order for SETSEG to insure us. Am I correct, Mr. Abdulahad?
in order for them to include
Roofs.
flood
Yeah.
damage in roofs and all, and then it would reduce our premium. Our premium has gone up almost 100,000, and our deductible went from 10,000 to either 50,000 or 100,000, depending on.
Okay, so if we go for a sinking fund, we won't have enough money to fix all of these repairs immediately, correct?
Oh, she's saying a bond plus a sinking fund.
Okay, so approving the bond and a sinking fund is what we're asking.
I was saying, do we want to look at doing like, for instance, taking that $1 million off for the roof, knowing that we're going to be getting 700,000 or 800,000 or whatever the number, no, 500,000 every year for repairs as they come up.
Okay.
That would be the trade-off.
Okay, understandable.
Ms. Holder, wouldn't you want to know if so the last two bonds have failed in this community, and then we're trying to present them something infrastructurally sound. Would we scare them off by doing, now you're going from two failed bonds to a bond and a sinking fund? You don't think that would scare them
I
off?
think the difference is, and most people here know, and I was, there's no secret that I was a part of the failure of both of those bonds. That money wasn't spent wisely or appropriately, and the kids didn't benefit as much as they could have and should have. We had a $750,000 what is it for the HVAC? We had a grant to put air conditioning in the high school. We took the money in 2013 and it never happened. I feel that us 7 are going to be much more responsible and diligent in how it is spent. But I don't feel personally that in the past there was necessarily that confidence. So that's my position. I think it's different because we're going to treat this different and we're going to be accountable. And I don't believe that happened in the past. Crystal, go ahead.
So, Ms. Holder, are you saying if we take off the roof for the early childhood, that you would be in support of this bond and a sinking fund?
I would say I would like to know what you guys think. I would like to see, it's awfully hard. You know, we're doing a lot of infrastructure things here and they're all important and no one's arguing that point. It's just other things come up. Emergencies happen.
Right,
So,
and that's why I had suggested leaving that in the bond and then keeping that money as a cushion in case things came up as they're doing theirs. But if you're suggesting a sinking fund as well, then I totally would be fine with removing a roof, using the sale to purchase that and then go for both.
and like I said, the difference with the sinking fund, and I just want everybody to think about it, is it's money you get every year. So you know that as repairs or needs come up, you have that money that you can rely on. But
right, no, I agree. I'm definitely not against the sinking fund. I just don't think a sinking fund standalone is going to be enough to
that's not
obviously cover.
That's not what I was suggesting. Go ahead, Mr. Holcomb.
Well, either way, that sounds like a good idea as far as I'm concerned. Either the whole bond and then the 1.3 mil save as backup for later, or let's drop to 755 and go with the sinking fund for whatever. It both sounds like good ideas.
So can we go ahead?
Okay, so I'm in support of what you're saying, Madam President, but I have a question for Michael, which I keep forgetting about. Michael, when you use the words fresh air, when you replace the roof, everything will have fresh air. What exactly does that mean? Does that mean you're saying that the high school will have air conditioning along with explain that to me. Can you explain that to us
Yeah.
one more?
Yeah, and I apologize. And if I ever say an abbreviation or something you don't all understand, please ask. I mean, I do this for a living, so we just throw out these terms, and sometimes it confuses folks. So what it was is, the unit vent is the unit in the wall, and it'll have a 2-pipe system running that runs hot water to it and has a water return system. Okay, so that's general, and you can get heat that way. And then what you can do is you can have, if you're going to have cooling, you either need 2 more pipes, so it becomes a 4-pipe system, very expensive, or you simply turn off your heating system and you have cooling. Now, the cooling demand in Michigan is not enormous, but this is a good opportunity to add air conditioning into the classrooms. And so you can have air conditioning when you need it, but you wouldn't be able to just immediately turn it off that night and put heating back on, right? So the other part that you want to do now, though, that now you've added air conditioning into the classroom, you've added humidity into the building itself. So that's why we'll have some rooftop units and you'll hear me use the term forced air. So we will move air in and out of the building. And there's certain amount of times you try to get like X amount of fresh air turnovers in a building a day to keep the CO2 levels down and the oxygen fresh. So that's what I'm talking about. But we're bringing in filtered air from the outside, because the idea is you seal up the building, you have good doors and a good roof and good windows. So now you can control the air that comes into the building and the air that exits the building. And that's how you manage a building system. Fresh air returns, forced air exhaust, and then, the difference between the heating and the cooling. You have a control system that allows you to balance different parts of the building differently, address, temperature issues on, for example, the south side of a building that are radically different than the north side of the building. And so that will occur, but you will have the ability to have air conditioning in the months that you need it. And then you'll have to turn the air conditioning system off to turn the heat system on. That's just most cost effective. And in Michigan, honestly, makes sense. Most of the schools I work with, that's how we balance it out. And a lot of them are doing this also because, in the future, there's a lot of discussion about possibly going to a balanced calendar. But as you all mentioned in Thursday, I happened to be in a building in Thursday in a different district. It was sweltering. So it's really tough to see kids go to school in these temperatures. But really the roof issue that you all have, it's been leaking for so many years. There's just damage up there that we're not sure about. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, a lot of those ceiling tiles need to go. You guys have seen those ceiling tiles. They're a much thicker fiber than your average ceiling tile. They look dirty. So a brighter ceiling tile it'll make much better aesthetics, and aesthetics matter. The amount of sound in a room, the amount of sound, like for example, the univent makes in a room, the way the air is moved in the room. We'll even vent some of these rooms. So a bigger room won't just have the unit vent pushing the air out. You know how we used to all sit next to those when we were young? We'll actually have ductwork in the room to move air to the other side of the room. Most of your classrooms don't need that, but some of the spaces are bigger. So we're doing everything we can just to make sure that we'll have a certain decibel level in every learning space, a certain lighting level in every learning space, a certain CO2 and fresh oxygen level in every learning space. And that is optimized for learning.
So my question still is, there will be air conditioning in the school, or that's something we're going to have to add?
No, this is part of it, is to add air conditioning in.
All right, perfect. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
All right, Crystal and then Debbie, please.
I'm not sure if this would be Michael or Robert that would answer. Have you guys seen before school districts where they have gone for both? My only fear with going for both would be, voters leaning one way or the other, and then us possibly not getting
either.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Crystal.
Can I comment on that?
Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you. So we don't see it happen too often that districts have both a bond proposal and a sinking fund proposal on the ballot at the same election. I do know of one district that did it successfully a few years ago, but many times administrators or boards purposely avoid it because they feel, well, I don't want to say how they feel because I don't know that, but it could be perceived that the two proposals could be competing with each other. And I think that's what you're alluding to.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to mention something, and it's a kind of a coincidence because as we're having this discussion, I was running some numbers. It is possible, though, to have like an overall strategy and possibly to have a bond amount that's a little bit less and to structure the principal so that the debt millage is projected to decrease maybe a $500,000 within a few years, and to plan ahead maybe to have maybe a $500,000 sinking fund a couple years later or maybe even a year later at a no mill increase. So then you could then at that time, if the projection holds true, then the debt millage would go down a $500,000 the next year. And if the district were to vote in a $500,000 sinking fund, then that $500,000 falling off the debt levy is replaced with the $500,000 sinking fund to make it a no mill increase.
We have a whole nother election.
Well, yes, that's true.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Madam President.
That's me.
Okay.
Oh,
yes,
I'm
go-
sorry. I didn't give the floor. Sorry.
Okay. So
So,
I just want to make sure that I'm doing all my figures on here. So what we're asking is we're asking for Mr. Abdulahad to take off, this is just projection here, to take off the $755,335 for early childhood roof. Take that amount off the 11,105,000. Then when we get the money from Edison, we will take 755,000 of that and fix their roof and have a $344,665 balance in our bank account. Is that correct?
Yeah, we would have a surplus, and because the board designates it, you could really direct how that other 300,000, so it does not get lost in just going into the general fund. You could say, you know what, Mr. Abdullah, take that 330,000 and say in 2 years when you have, or a year, your parking lot you need new pavement and you know it's for infrastructure, then you could really say, let's use that money for infrastructure. You could designate that money so no matter who's in this chair, they cannot spend that money unless it's the way you designate it. So you could say, you could designate that money, and I apologize.
Because I think that's where our grant money went. I think it went into the general fund and just got absorbed wherever, 750,000. So I would definitely specify, if we go this route, that we designate that money for
Infrastructure.
repairs or whatever. Yeah.
Infrastructure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
infrastructure.
Then you could also, as a board, say every penny that is spent from the sale of Edison, we want a complete report to the penny of every infrastructure investment that you did for Edison, and you're entitled to get that report as a board.
Okay.
You gonna tell me goodnight? Good night. I
Good
got
night.
my video off.
You're
Bye.
not muted, Miss Thompson.
Tell
Sorry.
Harold to say goodnight too, Gloria.
Good night, Mr. Thompson.
All right, Harold.
Okay, Mr. Holcomb, you wanted the floor. Go ahead. We're starting to get slap happy here. We've been here a bit.
I think Debbie answered the same, or asked the same question, but I don't know. I'm good either way. I mean, if we ask for the whole amount and then we got a 1.1 million in the bank in case issues happen. So
I just know we already know we have cement, and cement's not cheap.
yes, all the cracked
And
sidewalks.
trip hazards mean if somebody falls, that's a lawsuit, and lawsuits aren't cheap.
Yeah.
So I'm just projecting ahead for those kind of things that are important as well. That was my thought at any rate. Can we agree
Madam
that,
President, if I may too, once you touch your existing sidewalks, now you're gonna have to make them ADA compliant, so you'll end up spending more than you probably even think. I've been in those conversations.
yeah,
Because now we have to do
Oh.
curbing and you know what I mean? There's a lot we have to do that not any contractor has to do with old sidewalks to new sidewalks.
right?
Madam President,
Who said, excuse me, sorry.
it's Beth.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to remind this board that our last board meeting, we pushed off capturing hearts to the beginning of the July 15th meeting, I believe. So that is something that we'll have to think about if we're going to do this on July 15th. Maybe the capturing hearts can be discussed or on the agenda for the beginning of July's meeting, maybe.
Oh, saying June 15th.
The June, oh, I'm sorry, the
Oh, no,
June
no.
15th. I think capturing hearts, we added to the June 15th meeting before the meeting.
You might be right. I think you might be right. I know we also have, we have meeting, I have the 14th, 15th and the 30th. Does anybody have something different?
What? I'm sorry, Cindy, Miss Holder.
I still have coming up the 14th, 15th and the 30th. Is it possible to put that to the 30th? I don't want to put the staff off, but I think it's important to try to get it done this month.
Well,
But
I
obviously, this is.
I didn't have the 30th. Is that another mediation?
Oh, did I do something wrong, Angel?
No, it was like an end of budget or something like that. It was like the end of
Yeah,
budget.
thank you.
A placeholder.
Oh, okay.
If you need it to do one more tweak in your budget. It's always there as a placeholder because that's the last day that you could actually do it. We put it there as a placeholder, but based on the prior meeting, if you're good with the budgets, then that last meeting could fall off.
Okay, got it. Ms. Thompson, go ahead, and then Ms. Beaver, and
She's
then Ms.
muted.
Chambliss.
Muted.
She's muted.
Mary has to unmute her.
Well, Mary's unmuting Gloria, guys. So did we figure out
Thank
about
you.
the 14th or 21st? We're moving it to
I
the
have it. I have it in my notes. That's what I was about to say, that we tabled it 6-1. And we were supposed to send our questions to Angel, and that we were voting it on the 14th and adding it to the agenda on the 14th, not the 15th.
So
That's what I have down in my notes.
And the 15th.
And we were supposed to get presentation from the teachers.
Yeah, on the 14th.
Testimonial, and I have their email testimonials. You were supposed to get, I haven't gotten any emails, any questions. And you're supposed to get testimonials. I have both teachers' email testimonial, and you're supposed to get a final cost for year 2. And we have that.
So,
Oh, go ahead, Gloria.
I just need, I got a lot of dates written down here. We're meeting on the 14th, the 15th.
No, the 14th, we're not.
No, okay.
Whenever.
No, so far it is on our schedule to meet the 14th. We have not changed that yet.
No,
Correct.
because I'm still waiting to get everyone's answer to me. Dr. Hill's not ready for the 14th for you. So I
Okay.
emailed you to see, and I got correspondence from 4 people. I need to hear from everyone, and then I'll present those dates to Ms. Holder.
Well, since we already had, oh, I'm sorry. I'm terrible at that.
Well, if Dr. Edwina's not ready for it, why would we have the meeting? Ain't that what it's for?
Yeah.
What it's for.
Oh.
That's, but can I just need to know what you would like me to be ready for on this. So
Yeah. I think that's where we're trying to get to for you, Angel. Okay, Chris, Gloria, are you done?
I just need to nail down, we're meeting the 15th, correct?
Yes.
Beth can't meet on the 21st because she can't. And then we're meeting on the 30th. What are we doing with the 21st?
Dr. Hill would like to move the 14th to the 21st. However, Beth told me she's not able to meet The other board members that responded said yes, but I need to hear from everyone else, so then I could let Ms. Holder know we have this many people that are willing. Doesn't have to be the 21st. You could decide right now if you wanted the 22nd, and we could just pick the 22nd and move on. The 14th will be gone. We'll cancel that one because Dr. Hill's not ready.
All right, 22nd sounds good. With me, anyway.
I'm done. Beth, are you gonna be available on the 22nd?
Well, yes, but yes, so I would plan to be there. It just may be where I'll be when I have the board meeting.
I have to look at my phone.
Because I'm having surgery on the 21st, so it's a possibility I may not be at home, but I mean, I could do it from the hospital as well.
So would the 18th serve you better? And would Edwina be available? I mean, we're starting to get into, I know the kids are out of school and vacations are gonna start, so.
Yeah, she won't be ready with both budgets for you. She needs.
Okay, that's obviously key.
I'm okay for the 22nd, Madam President. I just don't know. I mean, I'm okay with that. I just don't know where I'll be, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Is everybody else okay with the 22nd? Are we checking calendars?
Yeah, so we're getting rid of the 14th and then we're moving it to the 22nd.
Yes.
And then which night would be capturing hearts? Because I know they didn't want to push that back too far because the training is in August and they have to sign up for it and get, you know, somebody assigned to us. So I don't think we want to push that to the 30th.
No, I think the 15th will still work for that. I don't think.
But on the
that's a
15th, are we doing capturing hearts, bringing this up and doing training with Mr. Green? All in 3 hours?
Or you could have an option of keeping the 14th, but not making it a budget meeting and having a discussion about your draft meeting, which will give us a little bit more time to fine tune everything to meet for the treasury. So the 14th could be a standalone discussion on capturing kids' hearts and the infrastructure. If
Well,
you
could we not call it a discussion? Can we put it on there on the agenda to actually take action? So that everybody knows we're going into it to
okay,
take action
but is that what
instead
you?
of just another discussion?
No, it can't be a discussion because we're running your timeline. But I still need to know if you as a group, are you comfortable with these numbers? What do you want me to scratch? Because I hear the discussions, but then I don't hear everyone kind of, you know, chiming in. I really need to hear, you're happy with this number? Or, you know what, we'd like to fine tune this. I just need to hear that where I'm
Madam
comfortable.
President, do we have to take a vote on a number for Mr. Abdulhad? Do we have to make a motion to come up with a number, or can we just
No, I just
Robin?
I need your input on your opinion on your roofs, your opinion on, you know, like your conversation. And then as I hear the conversation, I could kind of understand what's, you know, what I could present you that's a good way.
Yeah.
You're-
I know, I am, I'll just put out there, I'm all for, scratching one of the roofs, using Key's money and still having, $300,000 to use for other repairs. With this lower amount, looking at a sinking fund for anything, future. That's, I guess that's my thing, but I want to hear from everybody. And then, yeah, Mr. Abdulhad can do it. And if we want to meet on Monday, I don't have a problem with that, making it a meeting that we have motions we're expecting to make a motion. I don't have a problem with that at all. Anybody else? Mr. Holcomb, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to clarify, you know, last time it was 11.8 mil, but that was for an auxiliary gym and that was for other things. But now that we know that the other roofs have to be fixed, that brings it up to 11.1. That has to be done. So I'm in favor for 11.1. That's just me. Because it has to be done. It's not that I want to do it, but it has to be done.
Ms. Thompson, go ahead.
I'm with Mr. Holcomb. This stuff has to be done. I'm in favor of the 11.1. I would also be in favor of taking off one of the roofs at 755 and banking that 300,000 for emergencies. That sounds like a good plan. When you're talking about going for this bond, are you talking about going for this bond and a sinking fund at the same time?
I wouldn't recommend that to the board. I would recommend, you know,
The other.
a no mill bond increase, put that into the bond language, and we could all target that. It would be a 100% team effort to try to have, you know, talk to the community, do your town halls, create a council, and do that and hone in on that. And if that's successful, you could always discuss at any year that you want a sinking fund. It could be any.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to do an 11.8. I just don't.
I don't either.
I just don't.
So you'd like the 11.1?
That makes more sense to me. I
Or
still
do you
want to
like
look
the
at a
other one?
sinking fund.
Or do you
Down
like?
the road, we can look at a sinking fund.
What's that?
A year or two down the road, we can look at a sinking fund for.
Yeah, I won't.
I have a question.
No way.
Am I
Go
looking
ahead,
at the wrong paper? Am I looking at the wrong paper? I have 11,105,000.
Yes.
That's including everything.
That's the new one, including all your infrastructure. That's 7,000 less than the other one.
Oh,
That did
you
not.
know what? I was looking at the wrong side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I just
Alright,
want to make
so
sure. Okay. Because they kept saying
11.1 minus
11.8.
the roof. You are absolutely right, Deb. So 11.1 minus the roof at
Is $10,349,800.
So 10.3 million or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. Rebecca has her hand up. Go ahead.
So are we talking, like, we're removing the ECC roof from the bond? We're gonna use the Edison sale money to pay the ECC roof, and then we'll apply for a sinking bond later for just to put, like, just to keep, just to have the money? Is that right?
That's
Yes.
the way I'm looking at it for emergencies.
Yeah, for emergency repairs.
But not at the same time.
But not at the same time.
Right.
Okay, Crystal, go ahead.
I'm fine with removing the roof as well, as long as we have it stated that we don't use it until the bond passes, because if
Right.
the bond fails, I don't want to put the money to ECC where the high school needs it more.
Got
Right.
it. Good point.
I second support what Crystal's saying.
So you're just to recap, what I heard you say is you like this new one, the 11.1 less ECC, with us dedicating the money from the sale of Edison to the roof replacement of ECC, and then designating the remaining 300,000 specifically for infrastructure emergencies. That's what I heard.
Mr. Abdullah
Correct.
forgot to add in there, you forgot to add in there that money does not go to ECC roof until the bond is approved.
I got you. Yeah.
So that will
Right.
be written, right?
Oh, yeah. And once you designated, you're entitled to get a report of every penny. So we would give you a report if we utilize.
Who is talking? Someone's not muted.
Sorry, guys, that's my house.
Michael.
Okay, mine's the same way.
Okay, so now,
Madam President?
sorry.
Yeah,
Debbie
go ahead.
I just want to tell you, I'm a flip vote. I can either get behind the 11,105 and bank the 1,000,001 after the sale, or I can get behind taking off 755 and then paying for that once we sell Edison and bank the 344, whichever. It doesn't matter to me.
Should we take maybe a show of hands? Who wants to take off ECC and who wants to leave it in the total bond?
If we're not going for the sinking fund, I would rather leave it in as well, just to have that cushion where if we have to replace sidewalks or.
So I heard two people.
Anything.
Two people, 11-1.
This is Beth Scott. I'd like to leave it in as well. I'm with Deb and Crystal, I guess. I would prefer to leave it in and have a cushion.
Okay, I'll go along with that also.
With the intention of eventually
Right.
going for a sinking fund to keep this district
Going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
And still designating the 1.1 million as purely infrastructure.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
So Mark, Cindy, and Rebecca. Rebecca, you've been either way, either which way you're leaning.
I'd rather leave it in. Yeah.
Cindy, Mark.
I don't, but Mark, what's your thought?
Yeah, I already said I would be willing to leave it in.
Okay. So now what I'm hearing you say is leave it at 11,5, designate the 1.1 net purely for infrastructure after we sell Edison. And you leave that as a designated amount of money and go for the 11.1 as presented here for you.
Yep.
So the next thing that I would need to know is on the 14th, do you want to make it official? Actually, I present you a draft and then you actually take a vote on it on June 14th. It could be, 20-minute meeting.
That was the Hearts.
Longer with Hearts, but it would be definitely less than an hour. Hopefully, right, Beth? Less than an hour.
Yes, yes.
Please.
Yeah.
So yeah, so keep the 14th, a meeting at 7 PM with capturing hearts, and then we do the vote on the bond. Is that? I'm not telling you, I'm asking, like, is that what we're saying?
Yeah. So
Okay.
with Jamie and Mary, you would have to post the meeting tonight on the website, Mary and Jamie, so we could have enough time, reporting time for June 14th.
So now we got the 14th, the 15th, the 22nd, and the 30th.
The 30th is backup. It's only if, as an emergency for your budget. If the 22nd is successful, then the 30th could be dropped.
Okay.
So Jamie and Mary, if you could hear me. We have to
Yes.
post. You have to post the meeting. Jamie?
Oh, he's
You gotta
muted.
Unmute him, yeah.
Mary, can you unmute Jamie?
Is Dr. Hill in this meeting, Mr. Abdullah?
Let's see her.
I think she was earlier.
He's in here.
Oh, she is.
Yeah.
Good evening. Yes, I'm here. I've just been listening.
I just didn't see you. I apologize. Go ahead, Beth. What question did you have?
Oh, I was just wondering if she had anything to add to any of this. If there was anything that Dr. Hill needed to add.
She's muted.
Mr. Thiel is still muted as well. He's got his hand up. I don't know if he's
I just
trying to
wanted to
talk.
say, I heard the request to post the meeting tonight. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie.
No problem.
Okay, Miss Dr. Hill has her hand up. Go ahead.
I think she's clapping.
Yeah, she's mute.
Oh, is that what it is? There's a difference.
Yeah.
That's how tech savvy I am.
I think she's probably muted.
Yeah, she is.
There she is.
Thank you so much. From my perspective, I just want to protect the general fund as much as possible. So I appreciate the bond proposals and things of that nature. Thank you, RJ. And, you know, but I want to protect the general fund. And I like what you all said, you know, you always need a buffer, and you all know what I'm working with, but we need a buffer for emergencies. And, you know, infrastructure repairs, you know, usually you use your bond funds or you use a sinking fund if you don't have a large fund balance. And I just wanted to reiterate that. So I just want to let you know that from my perspective, I want to protect the general fund as much as possible because we do need that buffer. Remember, we're paying the state back $1.2 million as it is, you know, and we have to keep all that, you know, we still have to operate, and you need money for emergencies. You know, what if something, you know, something has to be repaired, you know, that, you know, with our infrastructure so critical. And I just wanted to say that for us to keep that in mind. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Edwina.
Rebecca, go ahead.
I just wanted to say how happy I am and excited that we all came together and were able to reach an agreement with the, you know, doing the bond and how we were going to use the Edison money, and then, you know, thoughts about a sinking fund going forward. And for the first time in a long time in this district, I'm really excited because I feel like a lot of great things are about to come, you know, to all these kids. And it just feels like Christmas right now. So I just wanted to say, I'm really happy, and thank you to everybody who we all work together.
And don't forget, we did give the taxpayers back 3.96 mils this year. 3.96 mils that we gave them back, plus the money that we saved them with the refunding.
Right.
I second what Rebecca said. I think in 2.5 years, I feel more accomplished tonight than I have in 2.5 years. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Jamie and Mr. Abdulahad, for your presentation, and RJ and Michael. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, is anybody else have a motion to get out of here, since we'll see everybody Monday?
I'll make
go
that
ahead.
motion.
I'll
make the
support
motion
it.
for adjournment.
I got you.
I'm taking it from you this time, Mark.
There you go. And who wants to support?
I will.
Oh,
Mr.
Mr. Holcomb
Holcomb.
wants to support. Okay, and with that, Mary Kennedy, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Crystal Beaver,
She's gone.
She might have left.
She left already.
You forgot we have to vote.
Jonathan on yet?
Rebecca Chambliss,
Yes.
Mark Holcomb,
Yes.
Cindy Holder,
Yes.
Deborah Ott,
Yes.
Beth Scott,
Yes, and I'll yes sign for Crystal. Yes.
Hold on.
Gloria Thompson,
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Crystal.
You got to ask her to vote.
Crystal,
How are you with Mr. Abdulahad? I don't understand.
Crystal, you got to vote.
yes. Okay, motion passes.
Okay. Okay, we're adjourned.
Adjourning meeting at 11:06.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thanks for
Thanks,
moving
Mary.
ahead. We'd have been here
Bye.
another half an hour.
Everyone's
otherwise.
fine.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Recording stopped.